All right. Okay. All right. So I have notes from your questions yesterday. So, Melanie, the Baltic Amber dog flea collars. So I went down a rabbit hole on this one. So it's interesting, and I don't know if we can ever truly know if this works. So Baltic amber from the Baltic region, coming from a tree. It's not a crystal, it's fossilized resin. It's being promoted as all the businesses that are selling it are literally copying and pasting the same language, which
Mm.
tells me they don't know what they are selling. And I tried to root back to the original, which is the website that you mentioned. And I don't even know if that's the original seller of it. But it's sold as, quote, natural protection against fleas and ticks. They say it's from the earth. No, it's from a tree. Now the tree is from the earth, but it's not a crystal. It's not from the earth. So right there, that's false. They say it's organic. So is the pine tree organic?
Buzzwords.
Yeah, it's
Who
like
certified it? Who
now they are
certified the pine tree
greenwashing.
organic?
Yeah, it's like, I mean, I think my pine trees in my yard are organic, I think, but I don't know 100 years ago if somebody dumped something on them. So anyway, so that's greenwashing, which I don't like, to appeal to people who like organic. And I like organic, but it's like, mm-mm. They say it's safe to swallow. No, that's a hard no. They say it provides 12 months of protection. Says who? Like,
Yeah.
why is it not 11 months? Why is it not 20 months? Like what, who came up with 12 months? There is no explanation of that. Um, Now, this is when I dug deeper, they said why they're promoting this way is two reasons. That the resin, when it rubs against the fur back and forth, it generates static electricity, which makes it difficult for fleas and ticks to cling to the fur because it creates an electrical spark. Okay. But now what is it doing to the cat or dog?
Yeah. And how is a collar knot rub and create electric?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
Any friction would cause
Yeah.
the
yeah.
same
So,
thing.
so the collar, so they're saying that the resin moving back and forth on the collar creates an electrical field even in the tail.
Well, that's my next question. If you have a big dog, I mean, little
Right.
collar protects whole dog.
Yeah. So it's like, okay, like, is there more information on that? No, there's not. So they're just making these statements. But if it's creating this electrical spark, is this the equivalent of like a shock collar? Like, is the dog or the cat like getting shocked from it? I don't know. Okay, so that's the first thing. And the second thing that they say is that because this is a resin, it has aromatic terpenes in it. So essential oils have terpenes.
Yeah.
Terpenes give it the strong scent. So oils like cinnamon, clove, oregano have high terpenes.
Mhm.
So they say rubbing against the fur releases these aromatic terpenes to repel the fleas. So again, is the scent around the neck strong enough to repel a flea that attached to the back end of a dog? And I don't like it that it's too close to the face because of the heightened sense of smell. So is it really enough scent to do that? Because if it's not enough scent, then okay, it might be fine around the collar, but then it's not going to work. So anyway, not convinced. I think somebody is going to have to try it. Now, there were all these testimonials about it, but I don't know. I actually don't really look at testimonials anymore because it's like, are they legit? I
Yeah.
don't know.
Fake.
Yeah, so so I don't know if you go to any like veterinary conferences, like to an AVMA conference or stuff like that. And like if they are a vendor, like this would be really worth asking them questions. I did not submit a question to them because they don't have anything. I know they don't have anything because they would put it on their website if they were able to say, you know, we ran a study that shows that it creates an electrical spark. Now, crystals can create an electrical spark, but this is not a crystal. It's resin. So I don't know. It may work, but right now I'm like, so
I,
I don't know if that helps, Melanie.
Yeah, I
I had
wasn't really convinced. They seem to use, like I said, they use too many buzzwords that people like,
Yeah,
and it was just it was too vague. So I just know I've kind of seen them out there, so I thought I would
yeah.
tell you about it.
Yeah, and I may dig a little deeper to see if there
Hmm.
actually is anything about amber um, being able to create an electrical spark. So that's going to go way beyond these websites. So I've got to do a little digging, but it's like, huh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
had a discussion with that same crystal guy yesterday about amber because he had legit amber, but is it a crystal or is it a resin? And his opinion was that because it was fossilized resin, that it then fell into the crystal category. And I'm like, but the matrix of it is not a crystal, it's a resin. And he's like, well, that's true, but people think of it like a crystal, and if you hold it, it means something to you. I'm like, well, not exactly the same.
Right. Like I'm holding my stapler.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh, it has the best energy. I love you so much. I'm going to put you on my third eye and staple my forehead shut. Like, it's, yeah, like at some point,
And
I
like,
think,
he was a smart guy, but I mean,
yeah,
definitely people hold opinions about things that
yeah.
may or may not be.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like in this world, it's like, okay, we've got to let people have their opinions about crystals, but when something is just flat out wrong, like don't hesitate to ask questions and kind of take them down a path to help them, just Tina, just like what you did to to help them see it's not a crystal. Fossilization is not crystallization at all. That's not what, they're two totally different things. So it's like, like petrified wood. Like, unless a mineral gets in there and crystallizes, it's just old wood.
Hmm.
It's not a crystal. It's not a crystal. So yeah, people cling to their beliefs and
And he
they
had
don't know
cool
why.
stuff too. I bought a beautiful piece of UK supernova fluorite from him yesterday for really, really fair price. So, I mean, and he had lots of great specimens and stuff. Smart guy, but definitely people have feelings. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
and they're again talking about, ethically, especially with like kunzite and just what was the other one we were talking about? Now it just lost my track of or train of thought, but um yeah, just interesting what different people think.
Yeah. Yeah. So, okay, next one that I want to show. All right, let me. All right, here we go. Um, Photo on the left is red malachite. Okay, it's not malachite at all. Like, there's nothing malachite-ish about it other than the bands. Well, guess what? The bands also happen in agates. They happen in jasper. What this really is a red jasper with banded chalcedony. So chalcedony can be all different colors. Like I love blue chalcedony. It's often in apophyllite. I mean, it's gorgeous. Um, chalcedony bands are what make blue lace agate.
Right.
gorgeous. So chalcedony loves to blend with agate. Chalcedony blends with jasper. This is a jasper chalcedony blend. And the bands are the chalcedony, and the red is the jasper. Malachite is not jasper at all. Malachite is not chalcedony. Malachite is oxidized copper.
Right.
So when they call it red malachite, no, no. What this is a red banded jasper chalcedony.
So I'm assuming that was the same because we were talking specifically about Larimar. She had sold or talked to me about red Larimar.
That's the photo on the right.
Okay. That's what that's kind of
Yep.
what I was thinking because that's what it looked like.
Yeah, the photo on the right is red Larimar, and that, interestingly enough, I had to dig to an authentic Larimar miner, and um, what it is Larimar, but it's got a lot of the matrix in it. So it's
Okay.
got hematite, copper, magnesium, phosphorus, silica. It's got some volcanic elements. And then the blue is really blue pectolite. So it's got like it's got some of the matrix blended in with the Larimar
Okay.
because they're mining in the mountains of the Dominican Republic. And what they found back in like 2010, they found a vein
Um,
that where the matrix was infiltrating the pectolite. Like usually the matrix is like on the bottom and then the crystal grows on top of it. They found where it was penetrating it.
wow.
Yeah.
So it is kind of legit.
It is kind of legit, but when I see red Larimar, not from other like from other countries, no.
No, it would still have to be Dominican, but
Right, right. That's like it's a whole different thing,
yeah.
whatever it is. And I remember I did see a red Larimar, and I'm trying to remember what country they said it came from, but it was not the Dominican Republic. And I'm like, mm-mm, it's not. Plus, it didn't have any of the blue.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Larimar is blue. So
Yep.
the red is the matrix. And now this miner said, we're also finding white. So it's, Larimar has white in it.
In it.
There's more white than there is blue, so they're calling that white Larimar because it's leaning on the white side. Um, and then they're finding some Larimar that the blue is very pale, and so they're calling it Larimar Cloud. It's like it's
Oh,
Larimar.
so now we can sell all the byproduct that they come across.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. And so, and this is the thing, it's like there's different forms of amethyst. Like, you know, Bulgarian amethyst is very, very pale, purple. And then,
Yeah, I have a piece that I got from you and it doesn't even look like amethyst.
right, it's very, very pale, very pale. And then you've got like the alien amethyst coming out of the Himalayan mountains that is so dark purple. All it is different concentrations of iron.
Mhm.
So, yeah, you can put a name on it based on the location,
Mhm.
but at the end of the day, it's all amethyst. I mean, that's
Exactly.
what it is. So trapeche amethyst is coming from Brazil. Alien amethyst, which I hate that name. It's really hematite coated amethyst, is
Yeah, it
coming from
is.
the Himalayan mountains. Bulgarian amethyst only comes from Bulgaria. Veracruz amethyst comes from Mexico. So it's like you name it, the location, and then amethyst for what it is. Um, so that's the thing with Larimar. Larimar is Dominican Republic, Moldavite is Czech Republic, and if you see those names used in other locations, I would call BS on that. Okay, it's like, no, it's something, but it's not what you're calling it. So that's the thing. The Madrid citrine, I looked that up, and it is solely in the jewelry industry. I could not even find like a chunk to even buy. It's all jewelry.
And this guy yesterday had a chunk of it in
Oh,
his,
did he?
He did. And it was marked. He was not selling anything that was not real.
Okay.
But I have a little piece. That was one of my original dupes that, like you, I have probably, I don't know, 6 or 8 pieces of things that
Yeah.
are not real. They were just shiny and pretty back in the day. And so I'm familiar with what it really looks, what they sold it as and what it looks like. And he had a large chunk and he's like, "Oh yeah, it's heat treated." And I'm like, "Oh,
Yes. It's definitely heat treated. And that's interesting to have a raw piece because I
hmm
scoured the internet and it was all jewelry, 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 jewelry.
yeah."
It's the jewelers that took that name. Like
Yeah.
that's their thing. Like you're not going to see a jeweler take the name Alien Amethyst. Like that's,
And this is really, really orangey. I mean,
yes,
citrine's more yellowy, and this is like kind of more orangey, kind of almost like the Jasper orangey. So
yes,
like
yes. And
good
that
red oranges.
Yeah, so as soon as I saw the pictures of it, I'm like, well, that's heat treated. Like it's just obvious by the pictures. And yeah, so it's and some people call it Spanish citrine. So yeah, it's coming from Spain. But yeah, I mean it almost looks like topaz, the way
hmm
that they're heat treating it, but that seems to be very, very concentrated in the jewelry world. So, and
Okay.
I do not go to any of the jewelry vendors, so that was like news for me. To see that. But yeah, that's heat treated. Um, and then you had a a question about if rhodochrosite grows with other crystals. And yes, I mean, I said it grows with quartz. It also grows with pyrite, fluorite, and limonite. And then it can also grow with other manganese-based crystals like rhodonite and kunzite, although I have never seen a combo of rhodochrosite with rhodonite or with kunzite. Never seen that before.
I was curious because like this little piece that I have after we, talked yesterday, I was looking at it because it is definitely like the pattern and stuff. It's rhodochrosite. I mean, the little circles,
Mhm.
it's salmon color. But it isn't just cream colored veins in it. There is also like a darker, almost like a dark green or gray. So I'm like, it almost looked like half and half. So
Yeah.
it's kind of an odd little thing and super pretty. Like I said, it's got a little, druzy center in it and stuff, but it's
Yeah.
kind of baffling.
Yeah, and it just depends on where they cut that crystal from the matrix because if they get part of the rocky matrix in it,
Then
that rocky matrix could have anything in it. It could look black, brown, green, gray, red, white. I mean, it could look like anything. And then if they polish it, it looks like it's part of the crystal, just like the red Larimar.
yeah.
That that looks crystallized. It's part of the matrix.
Yep.
So yeah, so this is where, you almost have to, I mean, you really have to trust who you're buying from and then do your own research on it. So
Well, thank you for that. I appreciate
yeah.
the
Okay.
information.
All right. Well, we are going to keep diving in. So I'm always behind schedule in this class, but I always make it up. So we are now at page 29, how sacred geometry connects everything. So yesterday, we kind of ended with, we were going through sacred geometry, patterns, going through the 369, going through sacred geometry on the earth, where the vortices are, how the chakras lay out, sacred geometry in the human body, sacred geometry in sound, and now I just kind of want to put it all together. And this can be difficult to understand. So if you just need to come back to the recording and supplement what's in your workbook, that may help. So I'm just going to dive and barrel through this part. So crystals are built in sacred geometry formations based on the 7 crystal systems we talked about yesterday. Dr. William Tiller is a physicist with, it's called the Institute for Psychoenergetic Science. And in one of his writings, he said that crystalline forms are the key patterns for the way energies are built in the universe and the key to unlocking energy in a constructive way. So that's what I want to do. I want to talk you through how all this links together because we're putting these puzzle pieces together. So there are two scientists. They have since passed away, but there are two particular scientists that were working on how spiral crystals could be the ancestors of our DNA. Okay, so way back in like 1966, there was a Scottish chemist named A.G. Karen Smith and Guy Murchie who were researching this. And they called it the crystals as genes hypothesis. Like you can Google it, you can read their papers on it. But their theory was that crystals gave rise to the first living organisms. Because if you go back to the beginning of yesterday, we had the earth with all the minerals in the water. Crystals and rocks were created, then living organisms, and then land mass went above water. So crystals, minerals, rocks, stones pre-existed living organisms. They were on the planet first. Okay. And, shamanic myths say the same thing, that living beings come out of minerals, which are rocks and crystals. The Bible says the same thing. Adam made from clay. Clay is minerals. So our body is full of sacred geometry shapes. Our DNA is a liquid crystal. That's what our DNA is. It is liquid crystal with a phi spiral formation. You can see the photograph on the screen on the left. It's a spiraling crystal in the phi formation, and it is filled with hexagon formations. So I said yesterday, so hexagon is quartz, six-sided quartz. Hexagon means strength. Just keep remembering that. Hexagon means strength. So we have all these little hexagons within our DNA spiral. Hexagons store information. They produce energy and they amplify. Okay. Back in the basic class, when we were talking about quartz and doing the programming, I talked about how quartz crystals store information. We can program them and they produce energy. That's what quartz crystals do. That's why they're used in the tech industry. And it's because of the hexagon formation. They're using silica quartz. They're not using celestite. They're not using fluorite, jasper, or agate. It's the six-sided hexagon where you can store information, you can amplify, produce energy from the information, and you can program it. And that's exactly how our DNA works. Because of these hexagon formations, our DNA is programmable because of the hexagon. It stores our genetic coding because of the hexagon, and it produces electrical currents in our body so that everything communicates because of the hexagon formation. Now, within our DNA, we also have pentagon formations, five-sided formations. So the DNA spiral, this phi ratio, which is talked about it in the basic class, that's the Fibonacci sequence, the golden ratio, okay? That is sacred geometry. It sends out electrical signals. The DNA strand in us is made up of nucleotides that consist of a deoxyribose sugar. That sugar is a pentagon five-sided shape. So we have these sacred geometry patterns within the nucleotides that make up our DNA. And then our DNA has like 4 base nucleotides and phosphate, which is a six-sided hexagon formation of strength. Okay. The building blocks of our DNA are hexagons for strength, programmability, electrical signals, storing coding information. And then scientists have taken like an aerial view of the double helix, and it's basically two pentagons together. So that's what you see in the middle. It's two pentagons together. So there was a doctor, his name was Robert Langridge, and he was a pioneer of molecular graphics. And he actually earned his PhD in crystallography way back in 1957. And he did a dissertation on X-ray crystallography and how it relates to the structure of our DNA. And in his work, and this is what you see on the right side of the screen, in his work, he found that a decagon, which is in essence two five-sided pentagons blended together. So you got 10 sides. And when you take the decagon and then you take a second one, overlap it, and he rotated it by 36 degrees, 36 equals what? 9.
Nine.
Okay. When he rotated it, he discovered that each spiral of the double helix traced the shape of the pentagon. That's what you see in the red and green. You see how it traces the lines of the pentagons. There is order. That's the word I'm looking for. Order. It's not random. It's not haphazard. There is order to how this is all put together. And so this decagon based nature of the DNA cross section, it's been independently validated. There was another doctor named Stephen Marquardt. He independently validated it. So the moral of this story is our DNA is full of sacred geometry. We got the golden ratio. We have the flower of life from the first 8 cells of a human embryo. We've got hexagon, six-sided hexagon. We've got five-sided pentagrams. We've got 10-sided decagons. I mean, we are sacred geometry. We are a communication of sacred geometry, and the communication is human. Okay. And it's because of how our DNA is built. Okay. So, let's go one step further. So I mentioned in the basic class that we have silica, quartz lining our membranes. And the molecular structure of silica is a tetrahedron, like internally, like the outer is a hexagon, the six-sided hexagon, but within that, the crystalline lattice is a tetrahedron, the three-sided pyramid. Okay, so that's what you see on the screen. So we now know that hexagons store energy, and it's the shape as a fundamental building block of us, of animals. It's found in sacred geometry. Quartz are hexagons, which is why we use them to program computers, cell phones, medical instruments. The hexagon-shaped silicates are semiconductors of energy, and they are semiconductors of electricity, which is why they are used in technology. And it's because of the hexagon formation, and it's because of this tetragonal quartz lattice. So the quartz lattice is this spiraling tetrahedron. Okay, and it just goes and goes and goes and goes and goes. It just replicates over and over and over again. And that's what makes a crystal different than a rock. This is what happens when minerals crystallize. Okay. So this quartz tetrahedron lattice provides strength. And that's why quartz crystals are what are used for receiving energy and information, for amplifying energy and information, and for transmitting energy and information. It's why in the spiritual world, it is the quartz that gets our chi, our energy moving, because we have silica in us and we have this communication of energy going on. Okay? It's just this is how our body communicates with crystals because we have them within us. And like I just found this DNA cross section showing all these decagons. Like if you look very deeply, like even starting in this blue circle, these are 10-sided decagons. Um, this is what our DNA looks like. So we are built on sacred geometry. Sound is built on sacred geometry. Crystals are built on sacred geometry. The earth is built on sacred geometry. I mentioned yesterday that the Earth's crust is primarily silicates. It's about 87% of the Earth's crust is silica. So the Earth itself is built for strength. The silica crust with the iron core, we're gonna dive deeper into that, but that is what creates balance. Iron and silica, iron and silica. So, so the earth is built for this strength. We are built for this strength. And we even find other planets have these sacred geometry formations. There is a hexagon pole on Saturn, which is it's just fascinating. And now that we're looking deeper into other planets, I think we're going to get other photos. I love to follow the what is it, the James Webb telescope on Instagram. It's like, oh my gosh, it
So
is
amazing.
so cool. So cool. So, so our universe, okay, this I want to talk about because this is fascinating. So we have our universe, the Milky Way, and we are one of, I mean, there are thousands of universes that have been located, identified, named, like they have their place in space. And it always makes me wonder, how is everything in its place? How are we not just like colliding into each other? Because we're not stationary. I mean, we are flying thousands of miles a minute through space. How are we not colliding? And this is where the quantum field really comes in, this like ultimate cosmic computer programmed brain that literally keeps everything in order. It's hard to comprehend. It literally is very hard for the brain to comprehend this. So, I love this photo because it just shows the order and how the order is in sacred geometry formations. So this is a photo of galaxies that NASA has identified. And when they plot them where they line up on the lines of a tetrahedron, which is the four-sided pyramid with a four-sided pyramid inverted. That's a sacred geometry formation, and it's also how magnetite grows, is in a tetrahedron, how fluorite grows in a tetrahedron formation. So, remember that quartz is spiraling tetrahedrons that form the crystalline lattice. So, is it a coincidence that silica is the most abundant mineral on Earth and quartz is the most abundant crystal on Earth? Is that because of our location in this multiverse on this plotted out sacred geometry map? Because if you look right in the middle, you see where it says sun, and then there's an arrow, and we're the closest to the center. We are the closest to the center. Now, we are not the only life form. But does this make our planet different, especially in our universe? So, and some people even wonder, are we more evolved because of that? Lately, I think the animals are far more evolved than we are. They, they just, they just are. I don't know about you. I am obsessed with Jackie and Shadow the Eagles in San Bernardino, California. Oh, they lost their one baby. I couldn't even watch that. And then yesterday, I think it was Jackie had a fish hook in her mouth and everybody's losing it, but she got the fish hook out. She's so smart. But it's like animals, like they really get it. Like we truly need to learn things from animals. So anyway, a lot of spiritual people are like, this is why we're so evolved. Okay, maybe. I don't think we are the most evolved species because we don't know what the other species are because we haven't made contact with them yet, or maybe we have and we just don't know. So anyway, this is so fascinating to me because it is two tetrahedrons merged together, and when two tetrahedrons come together, it's called a star tetrahedron, and it's the Merkaba. Merkaba is light, spirit, body. It's the culmination of what we are. We're not just a physical body, we are also light energy, we are also spirit. So our energy body is the Merkaba because we have the silica in our body that is the spiraling tetrahedron. We live in a universe where we are literally mapped out according to tetrahedron sacred geometry shapes. Now, um, one thing that is really interesting is, oh shoot, I didn't put it on the screen. It's in your workbook. It's the blue photo. So when you take a tetrahedron, you take two tetrahedrons and you place them on planet Earth. The base of the tetrahedron lies 19 and a half degrees above and below the equator. What is fascinating is that there are noticeable hot spots on our planet at 19 and a half degrees north and south of the equator. There's an entire website that is dedicated to what is called the 19.5 angle, which means signal in the noise. That's what 19.5 means, signal in the noise. It is a sacred code. There's a website that's all about it. And what it is a sacred geometry placement that communicates. So for example, on Earth, the Hawaiian Islands hit this 19 and a half degrees. The Earth is communicating. This is basically Earth's anger portal. When the Earth gets angry, she blows a volcano. She's like, I've had it. I've had it. Y'all are junking me up with your toxic crap, and boom, she blows. That's that for us, it's our mouth. We spew words. She spews lava. Okay. On the sun, there are big sunspots at the 19 and a half degrees. On Mars, the largest volcano, Olympus Mons, is at 19 and a half degrees. Venus has volcanoes at 19 and a half degrees. Jupiter has red spots. Neptune has red spots. So things are not so random. Just like where Stonehenge is, where Sedona is, where all these sacred spaces are, they're not haphazard, they're not random, there is an order. And it's all based in sacred geometry because sacred geometry is an energetic communication and it's communicating a physical thing to say, this physical thing is what the sacred geometry is trying to communicate, which is either a spiritual location or how our DNA works or where our planet is in our universe and where our universe is in relation to other universes. So when we look at the planet that we live on, which is water and minerals, and even water is just minerals. So it's liquid minerals and hard minerals. That's what we live on. Our planet is full of sacred geometry. We're in a specific location in all the multiverses. We have minerals and sacred geometry in us. And when you put this all together, this is why we're drawn to crystals. Because crystals are just a way that the crystallization and sacred geometry in us communicates energetically with other crystalline sacred geometry formations. We're not communicating in words. Our body is having a communication. And if you can figure it out intuitively, you just won the game. That's how crystal healing works. When you figure it out, when you know what's going on. But here's the thing, most people don't even need to know. They just need to have crystals near them. They need to hold them, carry them, have them with them. Because this is sacred geometry plus minerals communicating, and it equals strength, healing, programmability, amplification, all the things that crystals do. And this is why crystals are used to power our world. Computers have absolutely become humanoid. Hey Alexa, hey Siri, um, self-aware computers, artificial intelligence. I mean, it is crazy. We right now are a carbon life form, but we are evolving into a crystalline based life form. And this is why there is such a growth in crystals, because our bodies are communicating with them at higher levels. And so when we are working with crystals alongside sacred geometry, like the sacred geometry of the crystal itself, or working with the sacred geometry patterns in grids, we are amplifying what the crystals can do, combining the crystals with our intentions, and we are now speaking the language of the universe. And that's called manifesting because it gets you into the quantum field, and everybody wants to manifest. Oh my gosh, everybody, everybody. And there's all these manifestation teachers out there. And it's like, you have to get into the communication, the energy. It's not just your words. You have to shift everything. And when you start communicating in sacred geometry, that's when things change. So I want to talk about fractals next, and then I'll see if you have any questions because this relates to what I just talked about. So fractals, we're not there yet. Fractals are basically a fragmented geometric shape. I'm going to stop sharing this for a moment. That can be broken down into multiple copies. Multiple copies. So the analogy that I like to give is, you go to the lake and you take a bucket and you scoop up a bucket of lake water and you walk away. What's in the bucket? The lake. Okay, it is a fractal of the bigger lake. If you put it under a microscope, what you have in the bucket is going to look exactly like what is in the bigger lake. It is a fractal. It is a fraction, a portion of the bigger. So everything in existence is actually built on a crystalline structure of oneness because sacred geometry is everywhere. Patterns are everywhere. You can reduce the smallest subatomic particle down and see the bigger pattern, the larger pattern in the smallest version. You can break it down. That's why, like in the basic class, I said, if you break a crystal, it still works. You can take the little parts and pieces and put it under a microscope, and the small parts and pieces are going to look exactly like the bigger piece. That's a fractal. That's why when you break a crystal, it doesn't break because it is still a fractal of the crystalline lattice with the spiraling tetrahedrons. Even the little small pieces have the spiraling tetrahedrons in them. So if you want to dive deeper into fractals, like if you want to go down a rabbit hole, there is a book by Greg Braden called Fractal Time. It is crazy. He literally can take historical events and map them out basically on a fractal timeline and then talk about in the future, we're going to have the fractal basically replicate itself. He talks about replicating timelines. It's fascinating. It's really fascinating. So if you like this stuff, I recommend that book. So why I like to talk about fractals at this point is to really help you understand your place on the earth and your place with crystals. So humans are a fractal of planet Earth. When you think of it like this, the earth has an axis, right? And it tilts, and we go to spring and fall and winter and summer, and it tilts. It has an axis. We have an axis, it's called a chakra column. The earth has a north and a south pole. We have a north and a south pole, and it's called crown chakra, or it can be even higher. It can be our stellar gateway and our earth chakra. The earth has chakras, so do we. The earth has energy vortices, which are concentrations of energy. That's like our chakras. That's like our chakras. We have the concentration of energies. The earth's tectonic plates move at the same rate that our hair and nails grow. That freaks me out every time I say that. Absolutely. Most days it's like I just can't. I just can't even comprehend that. It's super cool and it's creepy at the same time. But every movement in the planet, this is what it drills down to. Everything that the earth is doing, we do. And this is why I'm going to talk about Schumann resonance, the earth's frequency. Anyone, and I literally got into a debate last night with somebody on this who said there's no way that the earth influences us. And it's like, okay, Allie, don't come back with what kind of dumbass are you? Like, I need you to open your freaking mind. Like, when I start pulling out charts and graphs, you better run for the hills because I am aiming to win this argument. Sorry, I'm still a lawyer at the end of the day. I need to hold my crystals and make sure that I do not open up a can of whoop ass on this truly ignorant person. There is no way that we can be riding on this planet full of this energy and all this movement and not feel it. There is no way. Our health and our well-being, I mean, if the Earth's plates govern the rate of how our hair and nails grow, what happens to the earth happens to us. You start dropping bombs in the earth, we feel it. Animals really feel it. You know, they feel it with tornadoes and tsunamis. I mean, they are the best predictors of weather because they are so in tune. So we are a fractal of the earth. I mean, the earth is a silica-based planet. We have silica lining our membranes because silica is a conductor of energy. For the planet, the silica and her iron core creates her electromagnetic field. We have to have iron in our body, and it works with the silica, and our magnetic field is called an aura, just like the earth. Earth is made of water and minerals. We are made of water and minerals. Crystals balance the earth. That's what keeps the earth in her orbit and in her place. Crystals in our body keep us healthy. And when we hang out with them all day, it's added health benefits. We are a fractal of the earth. Now, the earth is a fractal of crystals. So the earth is a giant magnet and a giant battery because of this iron core center and the silica crust. Iron and silica together is the most powerful combination. Okay, I talked about it in the basic class. I'm going to be talking about it the rest of this class because when we ground with iron and we raise our frequency with silica, that's the secret sauce right there. And that's exactly what the planet is doing right now. Grounding with her core, silica is keeping her balanced as her frequency changes. Now, on the Earth, the poles have the strongest energy, like on a crystal. From the basic class, remember I showed the Kirlian photography that showed all the energy coming off the points? Same thing with the North and the South poles. Same thing with us. We move energy in and out of our crown chakra and root chakra. Those are the entries and the exits, just like a crystal. And, the Earth gets charged all day long with lightning. And it is the lightning that balances the iron core crystal and the silica to keep her in orbit. Now, where huge pockets of quartz are found, you can also find large pockets of iron because those two together maintain the Earth's dominant oscillatory rate, which means base resonant frequency. Basically, the base wellness. You have to have iron and silica working in combination. This is why iron and silica based crystals are the most powerful that we can have. And amethyst, citrine, carnelian, just to name a few. All right, so with the iron core of the Earth, this is the Earth's magnet, okay? It's where all the heavy metals are. And there's an electrical current. Remember, I said there's like a liquid heavy metal swirl going around this iron core. It is that electrical swirling of the heavy metals that creates the EMF, the electromagnetic field of the Earth. And if this magnet on the Earth is stressed, it'll lose its pull. It's like when you drop magnetite. I mentioned that yesterday. It loses its physical magnetic pull. The energy is still there, but it loses the physical. Like you can hover it over iron shavings and you're not picking up much because it lost the magnetic pull. So when the Earth's core is stressed, the poles will flip. So the last pole reversal on Earth was 780,000 years ago, and it can take thousands of years for the poles to flip. We are due for a flip. We're actually overdue for a flip of the Earth's poles, which means we would end up being the southern hemisphere. We would have the South Pole. Now, the Earth's magnetic field is weakening, and this is what I wanted to show you. And NASA is tracking this. All right, where is my, oh, here we go. Share, click. There we go. This is what's happening right now. Because the Earth's magnetic field is weakening, and it has been for a while, for about 160 years. From Chile to Zimbabwe, it's weakening, and this is what NASA is watching to calculate when the poles are going to flip. They say it's probably in about 100 years it's going to flip. So, what happens during a flip? No one really knows. We could just, I mean, we're not going to be here, but it could be nothing. Like, oh, okay, all of a sudden we're the Southern Hemisphere, or it could be Armageddon. I mean, who they don't know. They don't know, but they're actively tracking this right now.
It's going to be like a Earth Y2K.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Where everybody
We're not going
panicked.
to be alive tomorrow.
Yeah, it's like, okay, nothing happened. So, but what is interesting, there's also a weakening of the magnetic field in the southern Indian Ocean, and Yeah, you can kind of see it. There's a little bit of pink, like off the southern western coast of Australia. There's a weakening here, and again, this is a negative vortice area. It's where that Malaysian flight disappeared. So NASA actually tracks this stuff. This ain't woo-woo. I mean, this is pretty scientific. So, basically, our planet is a crystal planet. Our planet is a fractal of crystals, and crystals are a fractal of the planet. That's why when we pull crystals out of the planet, we have planetary energy. In the winter, this is how we ground, because here in Michigan, I ain't putting my feet on the ground. Not right now. It's 25 degrees outside. But I can bring those grounding crystals in because Earth is a fractal of crystals. Crystals are a fractal of the Earth. They are the small version of the greater whole. Okay? Now, as humans, we are a fractal of crystals. So we are basically these batteries with walking antennas. And a lot of people think our brain is the battery, and it's not, it's the heart. Our heart has the biggest energy coherence field. This is what heart math tracks. When you get into what's called heart-brain coherence, where your heart and your brain are fully communicating and aligned, and there is no crap going on and no blockages, that's when the magic happens. But our heart is the biggest energy center. And our DNA has antennas on them that are constantly surveilling surroundings and reshaping the DNA to the frequencies that we interact with. So we can either have our DNA reshaping itself to a Wi-Fi router, to a negative toxic person, to um, a toxic chemical like Roundup, or we can have it reshaping itself to crystals, to healthy food, to nature, to positive people. So for humans, our flow of energy comes through our, earth and root chakra, through our crown chakra. We just have this constant flow of energy going back and forth, just like a double terminated quartz. We are built like a double terminated quartz. And we're built like a battery. Batteries have a positive and a negative polarity. So do we. Our root chakra, our crown chakra acts like a battery. We have iron and silica in us, which is the battery. Okay. We are geometrically crystalline because we have the sacred geometry, crystalline formations from the first moment that the cells start duplicating. Over and over and over and over and over again, we're just full of sacred geometry. And so crystals actually bridge us as living to, some people say crystals are the non-living. These are actually living minerals. We can bridge ourselves into other dimensions, into the quantum field by working with crystals because crystals do not know time and space boundaries. They don't. That's a human construct. So because we have silica in our body, we cannot survive without silica. Humans with the highest levels of silica are the healthiest because silica is an antioxidant. You can take silica pills. You can find them at a health food store. Pretty much every supplement I have ever taken has silica in it. If you look at like other ingredients, you'll see silica because our body needs silica. We can also drink clear quartz water. That helps us get silica. We have to be fully mineralized. People with autoimmune and with chronic disease and debilitating disorders lack minerals. We have to heavily mineralize ourselves. So whether you are taking minerals, like Young Living has mineral essence, you can take that. You can take capsules. Um, you know, there's a lot of different ways you can get minerals. What is fascinating to me is when astronauts come back from space, like we just had those 4 astronauts literally come back from the space station. The one photo I saw, the woman, she aged tremendously. In 9 months, it looked like she aged 20 years. Astronauts demineralize when they're in space. When they come back, what NASA does is they pump them with minerals. We are able to live as a mineralized human on this planet because the earth is full of minerals. It is the connection of us putting our feet on the ground, staying connected to earth that makes us healthy. When we go in space, we're not healthy. How they think we're going to live on other planets or on a space station, shortened life, very shortened life, which is why these astronauts don't stay that long. They're not staying there 5, 10, 20 years because they will die. It is the connection to the earth that brings us health. The earth is full of crystals, and this is how crystals bring us health. You see how this is all linking together? How we are literally a fractal of crystals. I mean, we have iron in our body, we have magnetite in our brain. Um, so we need to take care of our crystal body by mineralizing and working with crystals. So do you now see how sacred geometry runs through everything? How we are connected to the earth because we're a fractal of the earth. We are a fractal of crystals. Earth is a fractal of crystals. Crystals are a fractal of earth. We're all connected. We are all connected. And I may have said this in the basic class. We have three kingdoms on this planet. We have the animal kingdom, which is us and animals. We have the mineral kingdom, which is minerals and crystals. And we have the plant kingdom, which is all the trees, the flowers, the herbs, the essential oils. All three of these kingdoms communicate in frequency. That frequency is sacred geometry. And that's why when you see a crystal, you can't help but touch it. Even the non-believers who are like, this is a bunch of hocus pocus, they touch the crystals. I see it all the time when I'm at shows. I see the non-believers reach over and touch a crystal because the crystallization in sacred geometry formations is having a communication with the sacred geometry and the minerals in the body. They're already talking. That's how that works. So when you are drawn to a crystal, you are in a sacred geometry universal communication, and that's what's happening. All right. Any questions about that? Oh, and then this is what it looks like. This is what our energy field really looks like. And this is why we have to be very careful about what we allow into our energy field because we're walking around, everybody's walking around like this. And the healthier you feel, the better you feel, the bigger your energy field. But we have all of these sacred geometry formations, flower of life, Metatron's cube, golden ratio, all in our body, all in the field that we walk around in. It's just fascinating. It's fascinating because our body is only, and let's see if I can get the numbers right. Our body is 99 point, and then 6 nines, 99.999999% energy. We are only 0.000001 physical matter. We are energy. And we can move energy. We can move and shift energy. And this is why mindset and words, our beliefs, letting go of the past, focusing on what we want rather than what we don't want, we manifest like that now. It is that strong. And this is what crystals help us with. They help shift us. All right. Before I start talking about the energy shift, do you have any questions about that?
Mine's not necessarily a question, but like just saying this is like really fascinating because I mean, you pretty much just talked about that when epigenetics, so how our which is it's new within the last like 20 years. I think it's like 20 years about how the world around us really impacts our genes itself.
Oh yeah. Have you read Biology of Belief by Dr. Bruce Lipton?
I've read portion like snippets of it, not the whole thing, no.
That book will change everything, everything. It's, when people, and this just breaks my heart, and this is just the programming. Everything has programmed us. When people say, oh, my sister had breast cancer, my mom had breast cancer, my aunt had breast cancer, so um, I think I'm going to go out and buy cancer insurance for when it happens. Well, if you believe you're going to get cancer, you're going to get it. Cancer's not genetic. It's not even the American Cancer Association. It says it's not genetic. There's literally 5 diseases that are truly genetic. Truly, like cystic fibrosis, Huntington's disease. I forget the other ones, but Bruce Lipton talks about this and he's like, if you believe that, okay, that's going to happen. But you've got, like, that's not how the body works. The body can just start repairing like that if you truly believe. Like if you don't believe, but you're saying the words, it's like that's not going to work. So that's why I love his teachings. Bruce Lipton and Greg Braden together, if you can ever get into one of their online trainings, it will dramatically change everything. I went through training last fall. I am still trying to digest the information that they shared about how humans were created. It's I I cannot even explain. Like if I were to give a 60-second elevator speech on it, I can't. It was so complex, but it made so much sense as they literally stair-stepped us into it. It's like, this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy, but it's amazing. So I really recommend learning from them because they come at it. I mean, Bruce Lipton's a cellular biologist. Greg Braden is a engineer and a geologist. Like, I mean, it's just fascinating their viewpoints. All right, let's talk about the energy shift. Okay, this I could really, I mean, I could go very deep, but I've got to try to get through the energy shift in an hour and a half. So I'm going to do it. Um, okay. So, Tina, you're in the sacred shift, and Melanie, you're in this now, and I talk about uh, the energy shift. It's why I created that community because a lot of people talk about it, but they don't understand. They don't understand what is happening. And it is so many factors coming together at once. It is literally the perfect storm that we are in right now in our history. And we all chose as a soul to be here for it, which means we have a job to do. We have a job. And I'm going to talk about the helpers and how you are one of the helpers. But like, the foundation of the energy shift is understanding the galactic center and the galactic energy alignment. So we've got our Milky Way universe, and the sun is spiraling through it, and it takes like 64 million years to complete a wave through the Milky Way. Can't even fathom that. The brain cannot comprehend that kind of numbers. The galactic center is the center of each galaxy. And at the center of each galaxy is usually a black hole. So flip back to the two-star tetrahedrons and how at the center, the intersection of those two tetrahedrons, we are the closest to the center. There's probably a black hole in there. We are very close to it. And NASA has been able to determine that at the center of a black hole are very high frequencies coming out. They don't know what it is, other than possibly um, the the black hole sucking in stars and other constellations, and then bang, it Big Bang. That's what they think. So the Milky Way, as you saw, is part of these 45 galaxies that are congregated on the edges of these two tetrahedrons, and there's nothing in the center, but we are close to the center. Now, there's also what's called the Virgo supercluster, which are 2,500 neighboring galaxies. 2,500 neighboring galaxies. And we're part of it. And NASA said we're all hurling toward what's called the Great Attractor, which is dark matter. It's a black hole that these microscopes are focused on. I don't know if Hubble is still focused on it. It was for a long time. It was laser focused on this. But the Great Attractor is 220 million light years away, so we don't have anything to worry about anytime soon. But black holes like to suck in things and then pew, spew this energy. Right now, and still happening right now, is what is you see on the screen. Okay, this is on the NASA website. It ain't woo-woo. Okay, it's not. There is a huge energetic event happening in the center of the Milky Way. They have documented these huge bubbles of emissions, and on above and below the Milky Way, because the Milky Way is kind of like a flat sphere, a flat, not a sphere, a flat line. I don't know how to say it. Anyway, there are bubbles that are 25,000 light years long. And the structure and the shape of the emissions, according to NASA, are resulting from a large and relatively rapid energy release. And it's just going and going and going and going and going. 25,000 light years long. The source is a mystery, but it appears to be a black hole rupturing in our Milky Way. Okay, now we're not near this because if you look to the right, you see the little sun. We are, and they didn't say, but we are either left or right of the sun, very, very, very close to it. So this is far away where this is happening, but it's happening in our universe. Another interesting thing happened, and it hasn't happened since, but on November 11th of 2018, so 11/11/18, numbers have energy to them. 11/11/18. And on September 16th of 2019, there was a documented wave. It was a mysterious wave that went around the Earth. And of all things, National Geographic reported on it. They're like, we don't know what it is, but it's like this burst of energy went around the Earth. Still don't know what it is. Okay. So we are at a place in the galactic center where there is heightened energies happening. We are influenced by everything. Just go back to the water experiments and look at how water can be structured with a thought. The thought of love and gratitude, or the thought of evil, or the words evil, or love and gratitude. Now imagine this on the screen. Of course it impacts us. And when there is a burst, there is evolution. This is the foundation of the energy shift. Now let's talk about solar flares. Okay, and this is fascinating. The sun has 11-year cycles that it goes through. When a cycle starts, it's called solar minimum. The sun is really quiet, okay? We started what's called cycle 25 in 2019. So that was solar minimum, okay? Now, when you look at solar flares, they are graded on a scale of A, which is like a poof. It's like nothing. So A, B, C, M, and then X. X is not just a solar flare, it's a coronal mass ejection. It is the most extreme, intense solar flare. Okay, so that's the scale that we're working with. So for all of 2019, when I pulled the top 10 solar flares, they were nothing. I mean, it was just nothing. And there can be 25 30, 50 solar flares in a day. So there can literally be thousands of solar flares in a calendar year. And when I just look at the top 10, no big deal. That's solar minimum. Then when I start looking at 2023, we're getting into solar maximum. 25 and 26 are solar maximums. We are in the height of it right now. But in 2023, the top 10 were X-class coronal mass ejections. That was a little unusual, a little unusual. When I look at 2024, 2025, we are in it. We are in solar maximum. So when I just pulled the solar flares for the first 2.5 months of this year, we've already had 4 coronal mass ejections. By the end of the year, I would speculate that probably the top 3 to 500 solar flares are all going to be coronal mass ejections. What happens when you have a strong solar flare or a CME? The sun is sending out plasma. It is highly reactive, highly charged energy, and it affects the entire universe. But whoever is facing the solar flare when it bursts, if Venus is getting it, okay. But if Earth is getting it, we feel it. And what happens when we have solar flares? People who are ungrounded just have a lot of issues. Anger, rage, agitation, fear. They feel sick. They can't sleep. They just feel icky and they don't know why. They have headaches. Animals really feel it with anxiety. HeartMath can track it to wars, to like plane crashes, grasshopper infestations, epidemics. You're going to see, Ebola epidemics when there are coronal mass ejections. And there is a relationship between heightened solar activity and human and animal behavior. Absolute correlation. So I want to go through here. I'm going to talk about this on the screen in a second. So when I map this out, so when I look at solar minimum, things are quiet, almost like a little depressed. When we are in solar maximum, things are heightened and more angry and anxious. Okay, so we've got two ends of the spectrum. When I look at solar minimum years, we were in a solar minimum 2008, 2009, and that was our Great Recession. Makes sense. In 2020, we were in solar minimum. We had a COVID recession. That makes sense. In solar minimum, we had a big, unusual solar flare May 29th of 2020. And that was around the time of the George Floyd protests, because I look at things and I wonder, why is this happening now? Why are these reactions happening now? So unfortunately, we have lived in a world where people of color have unfortunately been targeted by people and by police, and bad things have happened. I mean, as a prosecutor, I know that police can do bad things to people. And I looked at that and I'm like, why all of a sudden is the United States and even people around the world protesting? Why that killing? Why that one? We had a solar flare. Bam! People enraged, okay? There was a big solar flare during solar minimum, May of 2021, when Israel and Palestine went to war. And then it quieted down, and now they're at war again. There was another solar flare, February of 2022. That was the start of Russian invasion of Ukraine. Bam! Because it's like, why did Russia invade then? Why not now? Why not 10 years earlier? Why then? You can track it to solar activity. Now, when I look at solar maximum, in April 2001, the largest coronal mass ejection ever recorded, April 2001, it actually caused a radio blackout worldwide. And I look at this as, okay, the Earth got a blast, and then how many months later? 5 months later, we have the biggest terrorist attack on our land because a solar flare can create instant emotions out of people, but it can also be the start of something that is organized and collective. So people like Greg Braden, who wrote The Fractal Time, he's looking at this and he's like, that was literally a bomb, an energetic bomb that dropped. And he links it to the 9/11 attack. In Halloween 2003, there was a coronal mass ejection that caused widespread electrical and communication outages. So these CMEs cause outages. September 2017, solar flare caused a radio blackout. October of 2023, huge coronal mass ejection. Hamas attacks Israel. Fall of 2023, during these coronal mass ejections, a lot of big businesses encountered employee strikes. I don't know if you remember that. A lot of big businesses had employees out on strike because people were mad, angry, agitated. So in this solar cycle 2025, we started December of 2019. We're going to max out this July. That's the height. We're in the height of it right now. And then we start tapering off. So I put in your workbook some of the things that have happened in this cycle, but this is part of the energy shift. Sometimes you got to make people so angry that they just say, enough. I've had it. I've had it. And we are in that energy right now. So the solar flares are contributing to this. Because, every 26,000 years, the Earth axis wobbles and it's tied to some extinctions, some mass extinctions and environmental events. Um, and there is a relationship between these cosmic energies, not just from the sun, not just from the moon, not just from the Earth, other planetary energies. Everything creates an energy wave. If you drop a pebble in a lake, the energy wave goes until it hits something. That we are influenced by everything because we are water. And when there is a cosmic event, when there is a burst, when there is a flare, scientists have tracked it to spikes in new species and evolution in species. And, even extinctions happen. So we are literally in a DNA upgrade. And I talk about this in the sacred shift that when certain events happen, we are being upgraded as a species, and it feels like crap and it feels icky. And the best thing that we can do is ground ourselves while raising our frequency. So I want to talk about Schumann resonance, but here I think we're due for a break before we go here. So, do you have any questions about what I've talked about so far? Okay, let's take a 5-minute stretch back break and come right back. All righty. All right, just let me know when you're back.
Sorry about that. Took a little longer.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. All right. I'm going to dive into the Schumann resonance. I don't think Melanie is back. Right. Melanie's camera does something really interesting. Look at that. It like focuses in on the cat
I
tree.
was gonna say it likes the cat tree.
It zooms in and it zooms out. I've never
It's
seen
kind of
any.
fun.
Yeah, I've never seen anything do that.
Maybe she has a ghost.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Oh, there she is. Okay. Yeah, Melanie, we were talking about your camera. It zooms in on the cat tree and then it zooms out.
Oh gosh, sorry. Yeah, walking around outside telling the dog to go potty. So,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's not like they're gonna necessarily do it on demand. So, yeah. Yeah. All right, let's dive into the Schumann resonance. So the Schumann resonance is loosely called the Earth's heartbeat. It's the Earth's frequency. And historically, it's been tracked since like, I don't know, 1952 or 1955. Dr. Schumann, is kind of the one who discovered it. And historically, it has hovered around 7.83 hertz. What is interesting, like especially in the essential oil world, a healthy human body is around that 7.83 hertz. So when we are aligned with the Earth's frequency, we feel our healthiest. When we drop below it, in the essential oil world, they call it when you drop below the wellness line, that's the frequency of the Earth. You get a cold, you get the flu, you get COVID, you get cancer, and eventually the frequency drops so low that the body dies. So when we are in tune with the Earth's frequency, we feel great. The whole scientific concept of earthing has validity to it. When we put our feet on the ground, we do an ion exchange, we expel the negative, oxidation and inflammation, and we absorb anti-inflammatory benefits. Well, starting in 2017 is when I really noticed that the frequency started spiking. And it's like, okay, what's going on? So in April of 2017, it sparked to 90 hertz. So imagine 7.83 to 90. Remember, we are water. So imagine taking your water glass and shaking it. It doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good at all. We are vibrating. I have been linking this to nervous system dysregulation. There's so much anxiety, especially in animals. I have yet to meet a dog that doesn't have anxiety because dogs are super sensitive. Like they feel the earth. They feel the earth. So they're telling us something. And so I have been doing a lot of research in the last couple of years on what the Schumann resonance is doing to nervous system dysregulation, because there is a ton of nervous system dysregulation on the planet right now. So I'm in the process of building a class on that. But it spiked to 120 hertz in May of 2017. It spiked to 150 in 2019, and the highest recorded so far is 158 hertz in December 6th of 2019. So I don't know if you're like me. I keep a calendar. I have calendars dating back to high school. I can literally go back to a calendar and look at what I'm doing. It'll prompt a memory and I'll instantly know how I feel. This is why in the Sacred Shift I recommend tracking how you feel every day, because you can then look at stuff like this and say, this is how I react to a spike. And this is how I react to a crash. Because it's not just spiking, it's also crashing of the frequency. So we're basically on this energetic roller coaster. And, you know, the people who really study this talk about how the frequency influences living beings. And it's like, yeah, obviously it impacts us. So, if a full moon keeps us awake at night, what do you think the Earth's frequency is doing? Of course it impacts us. But then I started looking at, do we collectively, as a group of human beings, do we influence the human resonance? And I got an emphatic yes, and it was during COVID. What you see on the screen is my proof of this. So the frequency was relatively stable. And then when COVID really kind of made its way here, publicly, and it was well known, it was mid-March. And all of a sudden you start seeing these spikes because people are afraid, they're worried, they're angry because the lockdowns happen. And it was exactly 5 years ago today, we had our lockdown here in Michigan. So things start spiking because people get angry. So I'm seeing that in the graph. So on this particular graph, and different Schumann resonance graphs read differently. So you have to, wherever you're looking, you have to follow their rules on what this means. But on this graph, the spikes, the baseline is at the top. I wish they would invert it. It would make it easier. But the base is at the top. And if there's a spike, the white line goes down. And if it's white, that is a huge influx of energy. That is a huge energy release. And if it is a wide band, it's over a span of hours, if not days. The short, really thin spikes are short bursts of increased frequency. And all of this can bubble up agitation, anger, fear, violence, um, just a lot of things. Well, then I looked at in April, specifically April 4th, there was a global meditation. And there's an organization, I can't remember the name of it, but basically, if you're a Reiki master teacher, you get the emails. And they were calling on 1 million Reiki master teachers worldwide to just send healing to the planet and all the inhabitants. And there was a huge spike in frequency, and it lasted for more than 24 hours. And it's like, okay, now you got my attention. Then Bruce Lipton, biology belief guy, he held a 24-hour global healing meditation. Anyone could participate. For 5 minutes at the top of every hour, no matter where you lived, send healing to the earth and all the inhabitants. And look what it did. Holy crap. April 18th and 19th, it was unbelievable. And that's when it proved to me we influence the earth just like the earth influences us. But it takes a tipping point of a certain number of humans. I don't know what that tipping point is. It could be as small as 1%. Um, I'm reading a book right now that hopefully is going to give me the answer to that. But all it takes is a small percentage to literally tip the frequency of everybody, and I believe really influence the earth. So um, these are other ones. So I used to really track every protest, every like mass shooting. And then it just got to be, there were so many, it's like I literally cannot keep up. Here is the George Floyd protest. And when you see a black band in this particular scale, the grid has gone off the chart. Like it's gone out of commission because the frequencies are too high. So the frequencies were spiking during those protests. Now, there are 7 different sensors around the Earth that measure the frequency. This particular sensor comes out of Russia. That's where one of the sensors is. Tomsk. It's in Tomsk, Russia. All right. This is HeartMath's frequency. They track the Schumann resonance as well. So their chart looks a little different. But you can see they have 6 sensors, and they're down here at the bottom with the GC and 10,001 or 1,001, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And each sensor has a different color on the grid, but you can see where there are spikes. So in May of 2022, what was going on here? Oh, the Buffalo, New York mass shooting and Uvalde. Because when somebody they're not working on their inner healing, their inner wounds, doing their shadow work, they're not grounded, they're not taking care of themselves, they're going to be on this energetic roller coaster. They're not belted in and they are screaming out of fear. When you are working on yourself and you are grounding your energy, you're belted in on the roller coaster. You may still be screaming, but you get to the end of the ride and it's like, ooh, let's do it again because you realize I'm secured. Let's go through it again. That's the analogy I like to give. So people who are very ungrounded and unhealed do crazy things during a Schumann resonance spike. I don't know if you remember, we had all these bank collapses in March of 2023. SVB collapsed. We also had the Nashville shooting. I mean, and in a bank collapse, you actually have a crash of the energies. You have a crash. Let's see. 2023, this was what 2023 looked like. That is pretty extreme energies. So if you look over here, um, where the normal frequency is, like when it says 200, that's actually 20 hertz. So the base frequency is down here. Like we should be down here, but it's spiking all the way up into the 60s. I mean, right now, I think we still haven't settled down, but I think we are averaging between 30 and 40 hertz on average. That's a lot up from 7.83. 2024, I couldn't pull the whole chart, so I had to piecemeal it together. But this 2024 was pretty wild. I mean, over the summer it was pretty calm. Um, And then it got pretty extreme. It got pretty extreme as we went through the rest of the year. And then 2025 so far, it, we're increasing. This can also be influenced not only by human activity and by the Earth's own activity, but by solar flares. So you start putting solar flares and combining them with the Schumann resonance, and it is intense. We're being squeezed, literally. We're being put between a rock and a hard place to either, I mean, this is going to sound harsh, but either evolve or perish. It's a perfect storm that we're in right now. All right, before we get to that, all right, so I'm going to stop sharing. So I put some other graphs in your workbook, like there was some spike in activity when Queen Elizabeth died. There was heightened volcanic activity all around the world, not just like Iceland and Hawaii. There was a lot of volcanoes happening November 2022. We had some spikes there. And then there have been two anomalies that have happened, and I put those in your workbook. I have never seen these before, and I've been tracking these for well over a decade. June 18th of 2023, no one understands what happened on that day. Those are sacred geometry formations in that pattern. You see that? No one can explain what happened, but something was going on. Now, for us, I basically call it a DNA upgrade. There was a shaking of the frequencies to elevate us to the next level. That's what's happening. This is all about evolving the human species. I mean, how we are right now is not anything what our ancestors were 10,000 years ago, even 1,000 years ago. We are biologically different. We are constantly evolving. So we are in the next phase of evolution as human beings. And this plays a part in it. And then we just had one a couple weeks ago on February 26th, where everything went sideways. You see those white patterns? Normally they should be starting from the top and spiking down, and the grids went sideways. Again, the scientists, they're like, we don't know. We don't know what this is. All the spiritual people are coming up with crazy, crazy things that happened. I try to sit somewhere in the middle of that, and all I can say is there was an energy. I don't want to call it a spike. I don't want to say it was intense, but there was an energy that came in to shift us. It's the only way I know how to explain it. And it is shifting. And considering that I foresaw March being bad, cataclysmic, something really horrible happening. Now we're only on the 23rd, something still could happen. This is why I built that grid. I saw something happening. And then we had that energy come in on February 26th. And even all the other spiritual people, we all did different things. I'm in another spiritual community. We all did different things because we all saw something not okay happening. And I'll tell you, it's working. What we're doing is working. And I'll talk about that more on the last day when I talk about grids, about how we are coming together energetically to literally shift things, like literally stopping Hurricane Milton from destroying Florida last fall. And I'll talk about that on day 4. But now I want to take this and I want to talk about what are these shifting dimensions, as part of this energy shift, like what the heck is really happening? Because we can take all of this and put it together, and how is it playing out? So, um, I'm going to encourage you to really go back and read through all of this because I'm not going to regurgitate what's in the book. But here's the short story. We live in a third dimensional world. Okay. It's a very solid world that we live in. Time is linear. Space is spatial. I'm here, you're there. We're March 23rd, 2025. It's 10:48 a.m. here, on Eastern time zone. That's third dimension. It's very structured, it's very rigid. There's duality, there's separateness. Um, it's where aggression and fear really thrive. It's where division thrives, and it's very slow manifesting. And why there's a lot of anger and aggression and division is because there's not a real connection to spirituality. People like to think that their religion makes them spiritual. Religion has nothing to do with spirituality. They are two totally different things. When you are spiritual, you really recognize that there are energies, everything that I've just talked about, even today, that are flowing things, that there are things happening. There is an open-mindedness happening. Now, in the third dimension, in order to elevate out of that energy, you have to work, you have to do the inner work. I mean, how many people in your life do you know are doing the inner work? Probably not many. You're probably a lone wolf in the pack right now. And that's what I'm seeing. Like, I can literally look at people, and it's not a judgment, but I can look at them and it's like, you are hunkered down in the third dimension. But every soul came in with a job to do. And there are some souls that will never get out of the third dimension. We can't make them, we can't force them, we can't guilt them out of it. That's not their job. They have a job to do in the third dimension, even if it is to destroy. That's their job. There's a lot of dark energy in the third dimension, and we're seeing it bubble up right now. We're seeing issues bubble up that we thought historically were long since gone. It's a dark energy. It was never gone, it was never dealt with. So when people start pulling out of the third dimension, they start to wake up, which kind of in a sad way, but it kind of makes me laugh when people go after the word woke. And it's like, do you realize woke just means you wake up? Like that's what it means. You can put whatever spin you want on it, but it just means you wake up, and when you wake up, you're open-minded. It's like, hey, I'm going to look at this from a different lens. I'm going to look at this differently. So there's a lot of because we live on a duality planet where there's dark and light. That's what Earth is. It's a duality planet. Okay, right now it's not going to lift out of that. We can lift into the fifth dimension. It's not a place, it's how we are inside. And then we will see fifth dimension in our world. But the Earth itself is a third dimensional planet. Now, will it elevate out of it? That's what the Earth is trying to do with her frequency and the solar flares and all of this. She's trying to elevate out of it, but right now she's in a dark versus light energy. Has always been that way. So the dark is really fired up right now. And when somebody is ready to elevate out of the third dimension, you feel fed up. Like you say, enough. I've had it. I'm done with this. You just feel like crap sometimes. Sometimes, you feel wired at night, you feel tired in the morning. I mean, it's a symptom of adrenal fatigue. You just have unexplained medical issues. And even the doctors are like, we don't know what to tell you. So we're just going to make up a diagnosis like fibromyalgia because we don't even really know what the pain is. So we're just going to put a label on it. Doctors don't even know what fibromyalgia is. And that's the thing. That's actually a symptom of this energy shift. Autoimmune is a symptom of the energy shift. And emotions like being reactive, being triggered, those are actually lessons. When you are emotionally triggered, instead of pointing a finger and saying, you triggered me, you made me upset, you need to point the finger in and look at, why did I respond this way? That's shadow work. And I'm actually building that class right now. I'm building a separate shadow class, hoping I launch it next month, but it may not be until May. So when you start feeling uncomfortable, like, ugh, I just don't feel uncomfortable in my job, in my relationships, where I live, what I do, who I'm hanging out with. Like, I just don't feel comfortable in my skin. You're elevating into the fourth dimension because your heart starts to open. You start to have a spiritual awakening. You change who your community is. Your habits change. I mean, I went from hardcore prosecutor to this. Like, that's what happens. That's what happens when you start shifting dimensions. Everything shifts for you. And you start to recognize there are energies working here. And I may not be able to see them and I may not be able to fully understand what they are, but you know what? I am open-minded enough that I'm going to go down a rabbit hole and I'm going to search. And I'm not going to get into conspiracy theories. I'm going to really look for legit answers. And I'm going to see things that I don't like. And I'm going to see things about people and institutions and government that it's like, I thought they had my back and now they don't. They never did. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. And you're literally taking the veil off. So you you start to understand manifesting better. You become more intuitive and you start recognizing that the battles that are happening in the third dimension, you can elevate yourself out of, and you still know what's happening, but you're not in it. Like I keep saying, observe, don't absorb. And you start getting really clear on who you are and you recognize I got a soul mission. My soul came in here for a reason, and everything that I've done up until now has had a purpose. But if you hit a fork in the road and you go down a different path, your soul is saying, you completed that, and now you're going this way. Okay, so it's recognizing that. And then with fifth dimension, it's an internal frequency destination. It's not a physical location, okay? So you still have your third dimensional body, but you have raised your consciousness to such a level that all the third dimensional struggles, the wars, the violence, the protests, the anger, the divisiveness, the worry, you don't drop into it. You can, because you can go from these dimensions literally in a matter of seconds. You can be feeling fifth dimensional and somebody says something and bam, you're right in third dimension. So until we elevate and upgrade as a species, we're going to keep flipping back and forth. That's normal, okay? So, but when you are in fifth dimension, you actually see through the cloud, the smoke and mirrors. You see beyond the veil. And when bad, evil, dark things happen, instead of condemning it, you send healing to it. Because you realize we're on a duality planet and you need to transmute the darkness, not suppress it down and bury it. And you get into an energy where there's just no separation because we're all energy. We're all energy and we're all connected. All of us are connected. And it's a very soul-based identity because your body is moving out of carbon-based life form into a crystalline life form. Okay. Become very intuitive. So these are the dimensions that we're going in. Now, can we get to the sixth dimension on this planet? Maybe. I mean, that's more like Buddha. I mean, that's getting to that level. And then the other dimensions, you actually have to shed the body to get to them, to get to the other elevated dimensions. But it's all soul driven. And when you align with who you are at a soul level, your soul is going to guide you through these dimensions. And that's the thing that I've really honed in on the last couple of years is how do you align with who you are at a soul level? Because your soul is not 100% in this physical body. Part of your soul is still left in source, creator energy. And so when you connect with your higher self, that's who you're connecting with. When you do pendulum testing, when you do body testing, bam, you are connected to your soul in the quantum field, in the source of all that is, where all the answers are. And that's how it works. And you literally get pulses, neurosystem, neural pathway impulses that move a pendulum and move your body. So it's a blend of science and spirituality, which I love. But that's the thing. We are here as a soul to do something. And when every soul does their assigned mission, we balance as a planet. But too many people are in jobs that they hate, and they openly say it. They're like, I literally wake up and I'm sick to my stomach and I hate my job and I hate my life. And it's like, why are you here? You have to align with your soul mission. And if that means you ditch your career, you got to find a way to find your purpose and your joy here. That's what this energy shift is doing. It is shifting people back onto their soul path because we got so off of it as human beings for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. And so the earth is trying to realign us. Now, as part of that, the shift, we have what's called what I call ascension helpers, and they roughly break down into two categories. They break down into light workers and star seeds. You can be one, you can be a light worker or a star seed, or you can be both. By being in this class, you're one, you're at least one. There's no way you would be neither. Okay, there's no way that you would be neither. Now, here's the short difference. Light workers are born with a mission to transmute the dark. They literally shine a light. I see light workers as a lighthouse. Okay, you got the lighthouse and you got the big light. Ooh, going out. That's a light worker. They shine light. Doesn't mean they don't have a bad day, but they shine light. They do what lights them up. They do the jobs that light them up. They have the hobbies, they do the things, they take the classes that light them up because they understand deep down at a soul level, not a third dimensional brain level, but at a soul level, they realize that what they do impacts everybody. That if I am miserable, that literally impacts everybody around me. I am a drop of a pebble in the lake and I am rippling my negativity, my depression, my misery in life. Light workers don't do that. Light workers are like, I'm going to do things that make me happy. I'm going to do things that bring me joy because I know how it impacts everybody else. They just intuitively know that, even if they don't know how to say that. So they listen and they act at a soul level. And, they have a kinship with animals and nature and spiritual teachings and crystals. They just naturally love it and they don't know why. And they just feel like they are born knowing what to do. Now, some light workers come to their light worker energy because of a trauma that literally bats them onto a whole new pathway. Okay, so there's some event that wakes them up. COVID woke up a huge number of light workers because people sat at home, scared, terrified, angry, and they got online and they just started learning stuff. Okay, so we've had a huge number of light workers come out of the woodwork, which is great. Now, in the light worker category, there are all different names, but for me, I find that they break down into three primary categories. There are the indigos, the crystal children, and the rainbow children. Some people like to say, based on the year that you were born, you're a certain light worker. I've not found that at all. I haven't. A lot of people say the indigos are basically the Gen Xers. I know a 5-year-old who's an indigo. Okay, so I don't find that at all. Indigos are the warriors. They go in to the dark. They shine a light on it because that's the only way you transmute dark. You can't walk into a dark room and say, darkness, be gone. No, you flip on the light. That's what light workers do. Flip on the light, it dissipates the dark. So the indigos, they go in and they look at the dark. They expose the dark. They turn on the light. If they've got to pull out their sword and go to battle, they will. Indigos shake things up. Indigos don't give a crap of what people think about them. They just don't. They're like, you know what? You can have your opinion. I have mine. Sucks to be you if we don't get along, but this is who I am. They question everything. They do not like to be told what to do at all. They are change makers. They have high integrity. They usually have very high level careers, like power careers, but they are very spiritual and they don't understand. They don't understand that. Um, so so I'm an indigo because I was a prosecutor and I never understood that because I'm also a very highly sensitive person. And it's like, talk about picking a career where like I'm getting death threats every day. Like what? My poor parents, they were like, why? Can't you practice like child adoption law? Like do something super like positive? And I'm like, no, I want to go after the bad guys. And they're like, whose daughter are you? Like, that's crazy. I didn't realize that I was an indigo. And whenever I had a really hard day in court, I would go get a tarot card reading from my friend Dawn. And it's like I'm still in my power suit, getting a tarot card reading after a hard day in court. It's like, who does that? That's an indigo. That's an indigo. So I tackle dark in the courtroom. And now I fully understand why I became a prosecutor and why what I'm doing now is helping other people do what they do. Okay, that's an indigo. Now, the crystal children are polar opposite. They don't want to look at the dark. They don't want to know. They don't want to see it. They don't want to be around it. They are highly sensitive around negative people. They just shine and reflect healing. These are the people that sign their emails, love and light. So I have a couple of friends that just sign their emails, love and light. They're crystal children. You're never going to catch an indigo signing their email, love and light. For us, it's like, no, no. I'll whip out my sword and I will slash your email. That's an indigo. Indigos are really like kind of thick-skinned. But the crystal children have their place because while the indigos are out battling in the dark, somebody's got to sit with everybody else to say, don't look over here. Look over here. Okay, if I got to pull out a Monopoly board game or hand puppets, if we need to go for a walk in the woods to keep you not focused on this dark war that's happening, that's what the crystal children do. Like when the tornado is coming and one parent is outside, like bringing in all the lawn furniture, and the other parent is in the basement with the kids and the pets, watching television, keeping them distracted, that's the crystal light worker. They are spreading light when the dark is whipping up. Okay, so these two work very well together and they balance each other. And then the rainbow children, these are the newer children that are being born. I would say in the last, boy, it's probably even the last 25 years. And they bring a lot of joy. Like they just, they are very high energy children. They are drawn to colors, they are drawn to energy. They are not drawn to third dimensional things. Okay? So, these are the children, Tina, we talked about this yesterday that are labeled on the spectrum. And then they
Mhm.
are medicated to bring them down to third dimensional energies. And if they are allowed to just be, they are the new upgraded human being.
Right.
And they're like, you know what? All your toxic food, I'm literally breaking out in hives and eczema. So they're saying through their body, this is toxic.
Well, that's like my son is celiac,
Yeah.
he's on the spectrum and gastrointestinal, celiac, all that kind of goes hand in hand with being on the spectrum.
Yeah, because what causes celiac is ultra processed, low vibrational, basically dead food. There's no frequency
Yep.
in it. But when you eat fruits, vegetables, like things that are living like
Yeah,
that,
that are feeding and nourishing the body as
putting
opposed to
frequency
crap.
in. Yeah. And that's the thing. They are here to teach us, but instead, the third dimensional beings are like, something's wrong with you. We are now going to label you in the school system, which is horrible. And and then we're going to medicate you and we're going to behaviorally try to program you to be in the third dimension. Whereas if they were just allowed to be together in their frequency, oh my gosh, I would love to be a fly on the wall to
Mhm.
watch all of that, to watch what they do. And these are the kids that are going to take, I mean, unfortunately, we are on a technology, well, fortunately or unfortunately, we are on a technology thing. They're going to take us into the next technology, but that's what Silicon Valley is.
Mhm.
Those, those are people that are like, we understand how energy works. We're not third dimensional. So these are kind of the different light workers. Now, in addition to that, a light worker can be a star seed, or you can just be a star seed without being a light worker. And what a star seed is where you originate from another galaxy, literally another star system. And star seeds are here to help the earth in the shift, in the ascension. Okay, so they have a very specific job to do. Most of the star seeds are of the light. There is one category that is of the dark, and that category, the draconians, are trying to change that, like the new energy draconians are trying to change that, but the dark energy is pretty strong. Um, so in your workbook, I've listed, I don't even know how many, but it's kind of the more common star seeds. So like, the Andromedans, they're kind of like the crystal children. They're all about love and light. Um, they're very free-spirited. They're very childlike. They just can't handle the third dimensional energies. They tend to have anxiety and depression. Um, they work a lot with holistic healing and water. They're a nature lover. Those are the Andromedans. The Arcturians are they're just born leaders. They come here to set up, societies that blend technology and spirituality. They're more mental than emotional. They're, they have like a very high social responsibility. Like they just don't think in their small box. They're always thinking, how is this impacting the environment? How is this impacting other people? How is this impacting animals? What is the impact? Like that's how they think. Um, they understand like quantum math and quantum physics, and this is Silicon Valley. It has a lot of Arcturians, and they do have a very personal empowerment mission against dark energy. Okay, they are like, we're going after the dark. We're going after them. The Draconians are the reptilian race, and they are evolving to evolve out of their dark energy. The old Draconians, which there are a lot here, there are a lot. Um, they actually work to unite people in an aggressive way. So when you think of uniting for aggression, you think police and you think military. I'm not saying that all military and all police are draconians, but if there is a dark draconian, that's where they're going because that's where they feel at ease. Um, so, they tend to be, again, more mental, emotionally cold. They have very intense emotions, very intense. The newer draconians really want to help move out of the fear and control of old draconian and into more love and compassion. So they even got their little war going on. The Lyrans are basically the feline beings, and very um, like what cats do. They lay in the sun, they like yoga positions, they rest when they need to rest, they have cat-like curiosity. These are the star seeds that know how to flow with energy, they know how to work with energy. Um, they hugely intuitive, they can instantly spot somebody who is being deceptive and lying. They are the oldest star seeds, and they were the first humans on this planet. Um, the Draconians actually destroyed the Lyran star system, destroyed their world. And so the Lyrans had to go find homes in like the Sirius, the Pleiades, and here on Earth. So they can handle disasters. They can handle wars because they've dealt with it. And they're like, yeah, been there, done that. I'm okay. I'm okay. Let me help others. So their mission is to wake up the planet, especially when it comes to mindset. So this was about, I don't know, 6 or 7 years ago. I was doing a remote energy healing session on a cat in North Carolina. And in the session, I just kept hearing the word Lyran. And I'm like, Lyran. So after the session, I'm Googling Liran, Lyran. Like, what the heck is Lyran? And I found this and I started reading it and I'm like, holy crap, this kind of sounds like me. And then I went back and did another energy session and literally was picking up from the cat. Now that you know what a Lyran is, the big cats are mobilizing. And I have instructions for you. And it was just, it was bizarre. It's like, what? And this is why I'm so drawn to cats. Cats are my people. I understand cats. I can communicate with cats because I come from the Lyran star system. I had to do a lot of research on it, but when I was done, it's like, oh, this is bizarre. Like, even it's hard for me to wrap my brain around it. But everything about it, it's like, yep, that sounds like me. That sounds like me. So I know what my mission is here to do, and I'm now doing it. The Orions, very, very intrigued by science, very logical, very intellectual, very independent, entrepreneurial. Um, they in the past Orion star system, they actually created technology to control other beings. And so the current day Orions carry that trauma with them. So they may actually be working against technology. These may be the people that are out there saying artificial intelligence, nope, 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 take it down, you've gone too far. Um, these are the people that want people to align with soul and align with source rather than with technology. Those are Orions. The Pleiadians, people pleasers, emotional, very sensitive. It's like the crystal children. They're very sensitive to human emotions and earth frequencies and toxic foods and a really, really do-gooder energy. Like these are your social workers. Okay, these are your teachers. These are people who just want to do good and spread that. And they just want a better world for everybody. And the Cherokee Nation says that the Pleiades was the birthplace for Native Americans. So a lot of Native Americans have the Pleiadian energy to them to help people through a spiritual awakening. And then the Syrians, it's the brightest star system. So really, really highly spiritual people that can actually thrive in these dense energies. And how I can spot a Syrian is they literally use their body as art. So they got tattoos, they've got piercings, they are very fashionable in how they dress. They communicate with the energies of all of that and literally are a walking billboard for that. A lot of times they feel like a misfit. A lot of star seeds come to this earth and they're like, I don't feel like I belong. Like, I feel very out of place because it's such a dense energy. And the Syrians really feel that. So they are very drawn to water. Like they love dogs, they love dolphins, they're just very much into that. And there's other ones. There's the Alpha Centaurians, the Avians, the Hadarians, the Lemurians, the Minnetonkins, and the Polarians. There's lots of other star seeds. But these are kind of the majority of what is here right now, and they're here to help us. Like I've gotten to a point where I can spot the star seeds that are here. So based on what I've said about light workers and star seeds, do either of you like what do you resonate with? Like just this basic information. Are you like, I'm a crystal child and I think I'm a Pleiadian, or like does anything like you heard it and you're like, wow, that really resonates with me.
Kind of feel like I'm like a blend of things. That's why I was kind of sitting here trying to put my finger on one or the other. And
So
probably
this
crystal.
This would
children.
be worth deep diving. Like just get onto Google and deep
Yeah.
dive because I've just given you a small summary of each.
There's like traits, but no one thing like seems to encompass.
So one is your origin.
Yeah.
One is your origin. And this is where you can drill down. Because, like, I have several of these traits, but Lyran is my starseed origin. I've drilled it down.
And that would kind of be, I think, where I would fall more. I mean, that was kind of just reading them, briefly, kind of where I was identifying maybe the most. But I mean, I love cats and I've had cats my whole life, but I wouldn't say I'm a cat person because now I have a dog, But I mean, I've had horses, I've had all the things. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I will have to really look into that more.
Yeah, because what it does is it tells you what your mission is, what you're here to do.
Yeah.
We all have a mission. And when you do it, life flows easier. You can manifest easier. You feel better because you cannot manifest what you want when you physically feel like crap. Emotionally, you are fearful, angry, or upset about how you're spending your time or who you're spending your time with. Like those things have to align. And then once they align, then everything starts to flow.
I think that's been like my ongoing struggle for a long time is, you know what you're supposed to be doing, but you're still like kind of waiting for that epiphany to kind of like have it all make sense where you actually fall, which I mean has been part of doing the sacred shift work is like trying to do the things to find out what you're supposed to be doing, you
Yeah.
know.
And I mean, just from my experience, it's not any grand epiphany. It's little small decisions made every day that, you're in your rowboat and you're going down the river and all of a sudden you make a decision and you make a 1 degree turn. And then you make another decision and you make another 1 degree turn. After 10 decisions, now you're over here rather than on the old pathway. It's every little tiny thing and it's decisions that even in the moment, like an outsider would look at and say, "What are you doing?" And it's like, well,
Mhm.
first of all, it's my life. Like you do not get a vote or an opinion, so keep it to yourself. You do the things that feel right. And this is why intuitive awakening is required. It's not even optional anymore. It is mandatory for a light worker and a star seed. You get this going because then you get the nudge to call that person, take that class, read that book, do that thing, create that program, write the book, change the career, add something to your career. It's every little turn of the steering wheel. So when you pay attention to that, then all of a sudden you realize I'm not here anymore. I've been making these really small turns and I'm over here. And that's what happens. That's what happens.
Okay.
Yeah. Melanie,
Maybe
do
maybe
any,
I'm
oh,
trying too hard.
yeah, and that's the thing. Don't try. There's nothing to try because that's a forcing energy. And trust me, I know all about jamming a square peg into a round hole. That does not work. Don't try. Just, you just have to listen. You literally just have to listen. And if every morning you wake up and just ask, who am I supposed to be today? What am I supposed to do today? And then you do that, you get into the flow. And if that means that what you had on your schedule gets put off to tomorrow or the next day, it gets put off. Because when you get an intuitive nudge, it is for that moment. It's not for the weekend when you have time. When you get that, like, don't ask me what happened with the spring equinox energy. Holy crap. The day before, I wrote a whole class on nervous system dysregulation and the vagus nerve. It's like, where the heck did that come from? Created a whole new class and I did it in record time. And then the day of the spring equinox, I wrote a shadow work class. Where did that come from? And it's because I got the nudge. So literally everything went on the back burner and I brain dumped and
Okay.
I built a class in record time. It usually can take me 20 to 30 hours to build a class. I wrote it in 4 hours. It was like, bleh. It's like, I don't know where that came from, but
Yeah, it was just there waiting to come out, kind of a thing.
yeah. And it would have been real easy for me to say, oh, I'll just make a note and like I'll do that. Then the energy was gone. It was gone. So it's really paying attention to the little whispers because that's what they are. They are whispers and it's the ideas that come into your head. And you got to run with it. When that idea comes in, it's like you are being asked because you have a job to do. And we think, but I have a job. Like I have, like Melanie, for you, I have appointments. I have animals I need to take care of. And at a soul level, your soul is like, not my problem. Not my problem. I just gave you part of your soul mission. You have free will to take it or leave it. And human beings put free will over soul 99 times out of 100. And that's why we are so off kilter on this planet that if we align with soul, it doesn't mean you ignore all your responsibilities. You do what you need to do with that nudge, with that whisper that you got, and not put it off. Because I've put off some whispers, and now I go back to it, and it's like the energy's gone, it's already dissipated, it's irrelevant. Move on. And it's like, damn, I really wanted to do that. It's irrelevant. The energy is gone. It's totally shifted. So, Melanie, do you resonate with any of the light worker or starseed traits?
I really don't know, truthfully. I think that it's like, kind of you were talking about like being stuck and doing all those things. And I think that's almost like a wall. And it's almost like putting yourself, I almost have trouble like trying to put yourself in a box, which I know it's not a box, but it in my mind, it feels like a box. And like, I don't know. It's just like there's just a wall that goes up when I look at it.
Yeah, and that the ego puts
Yeah.
up a lot of walls. Like you do not need to look at that. That is not relevant to you. I will talk you out of that.
Yes, exactly.
And when that happens, that's exactly what you need to focus on.
Uh-huh.
Because the ego keeps you in the box. This takes you out of the box. And it's like, wow, okay, I've got a bigger mission here. And
Uh-huh.
it can absolutely shift everything. Like it could shift your veterinary practice to a level that, and this is the thing that I'm finding with people who, have their own businesses or want to create a business. We can't replicate what other people are doing. There's a
Uh-huh.
lot of people that sell crystals. I do it my way. It's unique to me. It's different. It resonates with people, and I don't want to replicate what the stores do. Ugh, that's not my thing. When you align with whatever your alignment is, it's going to shift everything. And all of a sudden, it's like, oh, well, I'm going to offer this and I'm going to do this. And we talked about Chinese medicine for animals. I reached out to my TCM friend and she's like, I am not aware of a book, but I'm thinking there probably is one. I can't find a TCM crystal animal book. Um, somebody's got to write it. It would be important information. And this is the thing that happens when you become aware of, okay, this is what I'm good at. This is what I like doing. I'm going to shift and do something that nobody else is doing. That's when you start aligning because everybody is unique in what they do. And if we have a lot of people all doing the same thing, that does not elevate the earth. It actually weighs it down. So yeah. So it's just listening to the whispers. But when you figure out what sort of ascension helper you are, that really speeds things along because all of a sudden, like light bulb, aha, now I know.
Mhm.
Now I know. So, yeah, so keep digging into this. You got some basic information there.
And it's just I like struggle with the like empathic and the, kind of there again, the manifesting. It's like knowing the how to do it, but like getting to that spiritual place where you can actually do it. Like it's like meditating. I mean, something so simple is so hard for me. It's like my brain never stops. And when I'm doing it, it's like I'm thinking, okay, you need to be doing this. You need to quit thinking.
Yeah, and all you have to do is look in a crystal and you go into
Yeah.
meditation.
And that's kind of,
Yeah. And that's what we're going to talk about next are the master crystals, and those are the ones that you meditate with
yeah.
by looking into them. Yeah, meditation is just fix your gaze on something and breathe. I mean that's what meditation is. That's the simple version. And yeah,
Again, I hold my breath.
yeah. And manifesting doesn't happen in the brain at all. It's who you are. It's what your frequency is. What timeline are you on? If you're on a third dimensional timeline, it's not a bad thing. There are a lot of souls that are like, you're on the third dimensional timeline. You still have a job to do. You got to do it. It's hard to manifest in the third dimension because you have to be of a frequency where you you basically live and act as if you already have what you want. And a lot of people are like, well, how does that work? You got to stop thinking. You have to get into frequency. You have to get into energy. You have to understand the different dimensions. You have to elevate out of a sluggish quicksand, third dimensional energy. You got to lighten the load. You got to work on, I mean, by the time we get to the end of this class, it's going to be very clear. You got to work on your shadow. You got to work on inner wounds. You got to work on forgiveness. You got to let the heaviness go. You got to let it go. And then you get into a frequency, you're just more buoyant. Like you can just manifest and you have to feel. You have to feel the emotion of what you want has manifested. And that's where people mess up. They don't feel it. A lot of human beings don't want to feel right now. It's like feeling is too hard. Emotions are too hard. Well, enjoy your third dimensional life because you ain't going to manifest what you want. You have to be able to feel it. You have to visualize. You have to get into frequency. You have to get into energy. So it's a process. I've been studying this for 20 years. It's a process for sure. So hopefully you'll get more clarity as we go on. So in your pages, and I'm not going to go through this because I got to get through the 12 master crystals before we end, but I've given you the symptoms that happen during the energy shift. And this is what I see in 100% of human beings right now. All of this. I even see it in animals. Anxiety, dogs, huge, huge issue. They are feeling the energy shift. And so I've given you all the solutions. Um, we got to let the toxins go. We have to drink healthy water and eat real food and rest and meditate. The hustle culture destroyed our world like the low fat food movement destroyed our health. Um, we have to get out of this busyness. I feel bad for the kids who are overscheduled. They go to school, and then at the end of school, they got band practice, and then football practice, and then track practice, and then they've got ballet practice. And then on the weekend, they compete in ballet all weekend long. And it's like, stop. Mm-mm. This is not good. This is not good for anybody. That is an anxious go, 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 go energy. Mm, ground. So I've given you the solutions for grounding and how we raise our frequency. But because we have to ground and ascend at the same time now, you don't just do one. We have to do both. This helps our energy field. This helps our dominant oscillatory rate. The base resonant frequency, it balances us because we are polluting the environment with electromagnetic frequencies that come back unseen. We don't know what they're doing to us. We don't know what they're doing to animals. A year and a half ago, I taught an animal and frequency class at Young Living's Idaho farm for their animal conference. And it's all about the unseen energies that impact animals. If it's on my YouTube page, you can find it there, but if you need the link, just let me know. But you know, when we are subjected to all of these frequencies, we have to stabilize because we're water and we're just shaking. So we have to ground to the earth. We have to complete that circuit. And, so I encourage you to read those earthing techniques, the grounding techniques, because we are a battery. We're a battery. We have antennas. Um, we're working with things that don't conduct energy. This is important. Rubber, glass, wool, and dead wood do not conduct energy. We wear rubber on our feet, so we are instantly disconnected from the earth. Right there. Okay. Um, Metals and animals and people and trees and water conduct energy, and it's why lightning strikes trees and people. Okay, so there are things that are good conductors of energy, so we need to be doing the grounding, the earthing, working with the Schumann resonance, listening with solfeggio frequencies, which I'll talk about next week, continuing to mineralize our body, working on our chakras. There's a whole list of things. You got 2 pages of things to work on. This is what helps, okay? Because there's a lot of symptoms in the energy shift, and you can start working on the antidote that works for you. Because you can't help anybody else, human or animal, until you are working on yourself. And this is one of the big things that I am working on getting the message to the healing world, because I know a lot of healers out there who are so ungrounded and unhealed. It's like, I do not want you in my energy field. I don't want you opening up my energy field in a Reiki session or a crystal session or an Akashic session when you've got your own issues that you're now going to imprint in my energy field. And this is why I do not go to energy healers anymore, which is a shocking statement for an energy healer. This is why I teach people. I don't want to put anybody out of business, but you need to make sure anybody that you go to, and that includes massage, that they are doing their own healing work, that they are grounded and they are raising their frequency. Very few people know about all of this that you just learned. So now you can share it with people and you can be more selective about who you let into your energy field. Because Melanie, like for you, you're working with animals. They pick it up. They are the most honest teachers. They will tell you if you have some anxiety, because now I got anxiety. They will pick up disharmony in your energy field and they will feed it back to you. So they've been my best teachers all along. So yeah, so this is important stuff. All right. Let's take a 5-minute stretch break and then we're going to go through the 12 master crystals, and I'm really hoping I can get through all of them before we finish. So that's what we're going to do. All right. Let's take 5 minutes here. All righty. Okay. Are you ready to dive into the 12 master crystals? Whoops, wrong one. Okay. One thing I am going to recommend is before we come back next Saturday, read through this workbook from page 1 to wherever we end up today. Just read it through. It's going to reinforce the learning. And I would do that sooner rather than later, but definitely before next Saturday. Okay. So the master crystals, there's a lot to teach on master crystals. I could spend 8 hours just on master crystals, but we've got 2 hours. So better 2 hours than nothing.
Maybe
Now,
a specific master class just on master crystals.
yeah, and I thought about that when I was kind of changing this class, when I was taking it online for COVID. I thought about maybe I should break this class into like a 10-hour intermediate and a 10-hour advanced. This really should be a 20-hour class. And I did teach it one season like that, and it's like, no, I don't like that. I don't want to leave people. They got it. This all goes together. All of this entire
Mhm.
class. I can't segment it.
But maybe as an addendum, like a supplemental, like if you want to
Yeah.
delve deeper. I don't,
Yeah. Well,
obviously I'm doing it for the second time because there is so much to pull out of it.
yeah. Well, and this is where I recommend getting Katrina Raphael's books. She
Yep.
wrote 4 books. Book 2 and 3 dive into the masters. I've added my own information because I've been working with the masters since 2011. So I picked up information that's different than Katrina, but hers has like a really good, like almost historical basis to it. So I really recommend that. Um, the 12 masters, they are all quartz. Katrina says they are all basically clear quartz, but I have found they are also golden healers, like what you see on the screen. They're also citrine, they're smoky, they're amethyst, but they are, at the end of the day, quartz silica based, period. You're not going to find it in chalcedony or jasper, or agates or anything like that. And these are very personal crystals. So they pick you, and you do not work a master with anyone. Okay. So you're not giving it to a friend to help them feel better and then taking that crystal back. No, mm-mm. When that crystal picks you, it's yours. Now, I've had masters pick my cats. So I'm just watching Dobby eat his first lunch. I've had masters pick my cats. They're not mine. So they're in their beds. Um, Katrina says the masters have to be at least 2 inches long, but I have found 1 inch masters. Okay, so that's where I slightly disagree with her. Now, she wrote these books like 15, 20 years ago. Obviously, we've had very different energies in that time. But the more you work with a master, the more it works with you, the more it reveals for you. You have to you have to quiet your mind. I won't even say the meditation word, but you got to quiet your mind. That's the thing about getting into next dimensional energies. You have to have dominion over your thoughts. You have to stop the rabbit hole. You have to be able to stop and say, enough. I need to focus this way. You have to have dominion over your mind, and this is where these crystals can help with it. Um, so I'm going to talk about 12 masters. I have 11 of the 12. You're going to realize that the 12th one I don't have. There's a reason. Very few people have it. And when you want to find a master, just put out an energy request for one. This is something that I love to do. I search for masters. I pretty much do not buy any quartz unless there is a master feature or an advanced, and we'll talk about the advanced feature next Sunday. I'm not buying quartz unless they have any of these features. So If you buy from me, I will tell you if they have them. But I would encourage you to go through your quartz supply after this and start doing identification because you're going to find that you have some of these. Okay. So let's start with the first one. It's the Cathedral Library. Every crystal store owner that I know says this is a cathedral. That's a geode to me. But if they want to call it a cathedral, that's fine. That's not what we're talking about. This is a cathedral library, like a library. It is a cosmic crystal computer. And this is mine. They are not small. This weighs 15 pounds. It is 9 inches long and it is probably 5 or 6 inches wide. And she's a golden healer, not citrine. It's got the golden within that's very, very light. And I saw her when I was shopping when I lived in the DC area. I had a dealer in Maryland that I would go to, and as soon as I walked in the door, she was in the far corner, and she called me. And he's like, "She's been sitting there for years. Nobody ever looks at her." Yeah, because they don't know what she is. How you identify a cathedral library is there is one primary termination. So one primary point. And then there's all these little terminations really flattened and embedded into it. Okay. So it's not like 2 points up against each other. We're going to talk about that. That's a tantric twin. But you see on this, like, I don't even want to do the pen version because I don't know how to get rid of it. Like right here, I don't know if you can see where my arrow is going. That is a termination that is so tight up against it, I couldn't break it off if I wanted to. It is so embedded. That is a trait. These are at least 6 inches long, at least 2 to 3 inches wide. There is no super tiny cathedral libraries. If they have the terminations, it's called an abundance formation. We'll talk about that next Sunday. So these are big. These are big, okay? Now, this is a library of information. These started reappearing as we were transitioning out of the age of Pisces into the age of Aquarius. Okay, so you may be able to find one. They hold information for the 2000-year zodiac period that we're in. So this that I have has information for the age of Aquarius. It sits in my bedroom and she feeds on me all night. Now, these are programmed for universal information. I'm going to talk about earth keepers and record keepers that are programmed for different information. Okay, this is universal. So earth, planets, everything in our universe, this has a library of information for how we navigate the age of Aquarius. That's what this is. That's why it's a cosmic computer, crystal computer. They maintain the vibration of the universal mind, also known as the quantum field, where everything is. It's got that vibration. So if I need information, I just hold her. I just hold her. Okay. So these connect with the quantum field or source energy, same thing, and Akashic records of the past, because the Earth has her own Akashic records, the universe has her own Akashic records, you and I have our own Akashic records. It's literally a flash drive of all the history. And this crystal holds all of that. Now, this is a crystal that requires an activation. Now, when I think about activating a crystal, the crystal's already activated. We are activating ourself to communicate with the crystal. Because this is a big crystal, it takes two people to be activated. So you got to pick somebody who is like-minded, you have, similar intentions. It could be a business partner, your best friend who loves crystals, and you find one of these and you want to activate it. I put the activation in your workbook. You can read more about it in more detail in Katrina's book if you want to get that. Um, but this is gathering information. So, like for me, because we are now officially in the age of Aquarius, we don't know exactly when it started. I think it was 2011 we started moving, but it's a slow move. It takes 2,150 years to move through a zodiac sign. So it's not like on this day at this time, bam, we're in the age of Aquarius. It takes years and decades to shift into it. We're in it. We're in it. So this is what I work with to say, okay, the energies are shifting. My business is going to be 14 years old next month. I do not do anything now that I did 14 years ago. My business has completely shifted. It still has the same foundation, but what I do is different. Thank you, Cathedral Library, for helping me shift into Age of Aquarius for different thinking, for fifth dimensional thinking, for learning from the past and tapping into the future frequencies, into the frequencies now. That's what a cathedral library does. It gets you out of old patterns, old programming, old thinking. You learn the lessons from it, and then you shift into what this crystal has to say about the age of Aquarius. All right, the features of how to identify it, does that make sense to you? One big point. It's called the mother crystal. Okay. One big termination, not two, one, and then all these little ones around it that are embedded in it. Like they're not attached on the outside, fully formed. They are smushed into it. That's how you find a cathedral library.
Can you like feel them, like if you're running your hand over them, so they're like literally on it, not in it?
Well, they're embedded in it. So part out and part in.
Okay.
Yeah, because we're going to talk about other crystals where they are just side by side.
Yeah, tantrics.
Yep. Or they're layered like an celestial.
Yep.
This is not, some people think these are celestials. No, 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 no. No, they're not. Celestials are layering.
Mhm.
These are, I mean, the only way I know how to describe it is they're so smushed into the mother crystal.
Because I have looked and I can't, and maybe I'm just not ready for it yet. It's not there for me yet, but I can't find anything that like is this.
Yeah, and just keep putting out the call. They are hard to find, but man, when you see it, there is no denying. You will know it like you know it. I mean, I literally saw it 50 feet away when I walked in his little home store. I'm like, holy crap. And when I got close, it's like, yay. But that was 14 years ago.
Yeah.
So can't say I've seen any other ones, but I see people calling big crystals cathedrals. That's what that is.
Mhm.
That's a cathedral. That's not a master. Mm-mm.
Oh, and that's like a decorative piece. I think we all have one of those somewhere, but yeah,
Yes.
I mean, there's energy to it, but I mean, that's not like what I would consider a working crystal.
Right. Yeah, this is too big. This was my first big crystal. I call her Flower, and she literally sits here in my bookshelf in my office because she started it all.
Yeah. And I have one as well, and I love it dearly, but it's not like part of my I just like to, it's pretty for me kind of a thing more than a speaking to me kind of a thing.
Yeah, it's the big crystals are hard to move around and work with, and you can't lay them on your body. It's hard to hold them. So
Push
yeah,
yourself.
yeah, yeah. And so this cathedral library sits in a stand on my dresser in my bedroom. So it's like I'm constantly getting infused when I sleep because when I sleep, that's when I go into other dimensions, and that's where she can speak to me.
How does that work, like when you're married and you have a secondary person in your room, it's not just your energy that's in the room.
They would have to have the intention of wanting to work with it.
Otherwise, it's just meaningless. It's only focusing on you.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Because the master is yours. It's not
Okay.
your spouse's. And even though all crystals put off an energy, that's not what the masters do. The masters are like I'm your master, you're my master. This is it. This is it. Nobody else is going to feel this. Nobody else is going to touch me. It is laser focused on you. This is a cellular communication that you have going on that nobody else is going to tap into. So yeah, you can fill your bedroom with these. All right, let's go to the next one. Let's go to the channeler. So channelers I find pretty frequently. Like if I buy 100 quartz points, I would say this is probably the second most popular one that I find. So maybe 30 out of 100, 40 out of 100, I'm going to find a channeler. How you identify a channeler is you have to count the faces or the facets. And that is when you go to the point, right below that are the six faces. The side of the crystal, these are the base, the sides that make up the six-sided hexagon. But when it narrows into the point, those are called the facets or the faces. That's what we're going to start counting. And for each face, you count the edges. When I first learned about the masters, I made a little business card that just listed the name and what the features were because I didn't have them memorized. Now I cannot shop for quartz without automatically going into master identification. And I have a lot of dealers asking me because I trace with my fingers. I have them asking me, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "I'm just looking for specific traits." So you will memorize these the more that you work with these features. So a channeler of the six faces, one is going to be a prominent seven side. Okay. And you count, if you can look at the picture, one, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Sometimes the sides are really tiny, and that's why you have a jeweler's loop. Because you need to look, and you may find a little tiny, like 1 centimeter edge, and that counts. It all counts.
And I think you're right. If you use your finger to trace it, you can feel it sometimes better than you can see it.
Yes, exactly. Now, on the back side of the seven-sided face is a triangle. So when you're looking at it, you're going to see a seven-sided face, and then on the polar opposite back side is a triangle. That's a
Yep.
channeler. Okay.
Yay.
So what was that?
I said, yay. I have a lot of littler ones, but I have a, larger
Yeah.
one that's what I thought it was, so I got it right.
Good,
I've been
good. Yeah.
treating it as.
So channelers, so the seven is a metaphysical number for like seeker of truth, like a student. You're learning. It's where inner truth is revealed, and it represents the seven qualities of human consciousness that we need to obtain, really, to align with our soul for soul wisdom. The three-sided triangle, that's sacred geometry, right? That allows truth to be spoken. So, what a channeler does, you are channeling information. Okay? You are working with the crystal to channel from your source of truth, which is your soul. You are not channeling God. You are not channeling angels. You are not channeling ascended masters. You are not channeling spirit guides. You're not channeling Pluto. You are channeling from your soul. That is the most truthful information you can get. Okay? This is a feminine energy because feminine energy receives energy. It doesn't send, it receives. Okay? So this you're going to use for life purpose, for intuition. So what I like to do is put the seven-sided facet on my third eye. And then with any finger on the backside triangle, I press it. So it's pressed to my third eye. I'm pressing the triangle. I'm literally pressing the on button on both sides. You and I'm getting intuitive messages. You can hold it to your heart and do the same thing. You can hold it in your hand, especially if it's a smaller piece. You can hold it in your hand and you can take two fingers and you can squeeze both sides. But I would recommend pressing to open and ask questions, but you have to quiet your mind. If you can't quiet your mind through even a 5-minute meditation, the masters cannot speak to you. They just can't. They're like, we've got great information, but you're too frenetic up here. You have to get some dominion over your mind. And that's really a fifth dimensional consciousness where you can say, okay, quiet. It doesn't mean silence, it just means focus. And that's where you can even stare into this crystal gazing, and ask it a question. Because when you stare at a crystal, when I'm doing the master formation counting, I'm in meditation. I'm not thinking about anything. I am just so focused on the crystal. That's meditation. Okay. So hopefully that helps you meditate. That's the only way that the masters will unlock for you. And when you have a channeler, that channeler picked you because it is already tuned to your frequency to connect with your higher self. It's like you already bought the radio pre-programmed, and it's like just turn it on. Turn it on and ask. Okay. This is an amazing crystal to work with. And the more you work with it, the more you will get information. So it's just great for soul mission. You can even ask, what kind of star seed am I?
Okay.
Intuition is bam. It is that fast. The more you do it, the quicker it will come. Just please trust me on this. If my lawyer brain can do that, I'll talk about left logical leaning. If I can get to that level, anybody can get to that level. You really can. And you have to believe that you can. You have to believe. Dobby, what are you doing? He's holding onto my desk like he's doing a pull-up. What are you doing? Oh, okay. Rudy's in your box. I'm super sorry about that. You got to battle that out. Okay. 18-year-old Dobby. Aw. He's like, I give up. I'll go somewhere else. Okay. Any questions about the channeler? Okay. All right. We're going to hop in your workbook because in your workbook, it's alphabetical. I want you to fast forward to the transmitter. Okay. I don't know what page that is for you. What is it? Transmitter 57. The transmitter is somewhat similar to the channeler because we're looking for 3 and 7, but it's a slightly different calculation. You're looking for a triangle, a three-sided triangle, and then on either side, on both sides of the triangle, is a seven-sided face. So you got 7, 3, 7. Whereas a channeler is 7 with a 3 on the back. This is the opposite energy of a channeler. This is a male energy. It transmits. Okay. The triangle is the connecting point for you on this crystal. This is what you're doing. This is a law of attraction crystal. Okay. What you're going to do is come up with something that you want, a goal, an intention. And when you're phrasing goals and intention, they need to be phrased as if you already have them. It has to be believable. And stated usually with I am. I am thankful and grateful that I have a thriving business. That puts me into the frequency that it will continue to thrive and grow. Okay, that's how that works. So what you're going to do is you're going to transmit your thought into the crystal. Okay? This crystal helps you to become crystal clear. It cannot be vagueness. I hear a lot of vagueness in the manifesting world. I want abundance. What does that mean? What, you want abundant emotions? You want abundant friendship? Like, what does that mean? You have to be laser clear, like you're going on the internet and you're ordering something. It's only going to deliver if you pinpoint down to exactly what you want. This crystal teaches you the pinpoint accuracy of what you want. Okay. So I give you a couple different ways to work with this, but I like to put the triangle to my third eye. I project my intention, my goal, or maybe it's a question. And I project it into the crystal, and then you're going to sit it upright for 24 hours and let it transmit into the quantum field. You can't you can't prop it up with other crystals because the other crystals are going to interfere. If it doesn't have a flat base, maybe you use a pillow, lean it against a wall, like on a bookshelf. You can use silly putty, but not other crystals. If you can put it in natural light, that helps. And then after 24 hours, you're going to take that crystal, put the triangle back on your third eye, and let it transmit to you. This is a good crystal to work with before, during, and after a channeler. It works very similar to a channeler. They work very well together. So you can work with a channeler to get information, and then you can transmit what you want through the transmitter. Okay, so they work in tandem with each other. Any question on how to identify a transmitter? 737. Okay. All right. We're going to go a little out of order. I want to go to the Tao, which is on page 50, because a Tao is a combo channeler transmitter. 2 for the price of 1. So transmitters, I mean, if I were to put these on a scale of 1 to 12, channeler is probably the second most prominent that I find. A transmitter is maybe the 5th most prominent that I find. Taos are rare. If you find a Tao, grab it. Absolutely grab it. Every now and then, like out of 100 crystals, I may have 2 or 3 Taos that come in. And believe me, I will let you know when there's a Tao because it's very exciting. A Tao is a blend of the channeler and the transmitter. It is perfect geometry where the 6 facets are 7 side, 3 side, 7, 3, 7, 3. Okay. I have many times found a Tao, what I thought was a Tao, but one of the sides was 6-sided. And it's like, oh, it's 7, 3, 7, 3, 6, 3. Ah, so close. It's still a transmitter because I can still get the 737, and it's still still a channeler because I can get the 7 with the 3 on the back, but it's not a Tao. And Tina, you may have seen that in some of my sales where I'll say channeler and transmitter, but not a Dow. And it's
Yeah, I have a Dow from you.
yeah.
So
And if
my
I say that, it's because one of the sides is 6 and not 7. This has to be precise. 737373. Okay.
I
It's
have a Kundalini Citron that's a Dow that I got.
nice. Nice. Oh my gosh, so perfect for that crystal. So the 30 roots down to 3. Huh. Remember 369? Roots down to 3. So the 3 represents body, mind, spirit, um, conscious, subconscious, superconscious. I mean, it is an energetic, supernatural, magical number. It relates to the wheel of life. And so you can take one crystal and you can channel and transmit simultaneously with it. It's very, very powerful to work with. I put in here a crystal Tao meditation where you're tapping into the shape of the pyramids of Giza. So you're tapping into sacred geometry by sitting cross-legged so that your body literally forms a triangle. And you gaze into the crystal, like pick one of the seven-sided facets and you gaze into it and you go into a pyramid and you can ask questions. It's a beautiful meditation to do. So when you consistently, if you find a Tao and you consistently work with it, you don't get frustrated with manifesting. You really understand how energy works. I always see energy like a Rubik's cube. I've got to, do before I manifest what I want. I have to reconfigure my energy, my thoughts, my beliefs, my programming, my words, my actions, in order to tune into the precise frequency in the quantum field, because what I want is there. I've got to do the work. And the Tao helps me understand that, okay, you're a work in progress. You're making progress. Keep going. Keep going. Okay. And it just really helps you understand manifesting and how to work with it. So lots of beautiful ways to work with the Tao. So I've listed those in your workbook.
You can have a crystal that is multiple things.
Oh, yeah.
I say because now that I look at the one that I was considering my Chandler, it is also Dow, the larger one.
Yeah. So a Tao is a master Tao, a master channeler, a master transmitter. So you got a triple right there. It could have, we'll talk about a time link.
Yeah.
It could have celestials. It could be a cathedral library. These tend to blend together.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because now that I'm like doing all the things with this one, it's like it's more than I thought it was.
Yeah. Yep. And this happens all the time where I do the identification, and believe me, I am with my jeweler's loop with a bright light, sitting in my crystal room, playing my 80s music, and I am digging into the features of this crystal to do proper identification for a sale. And sure enough, 1 out of 50 sales, somebody will message me and say, Allie, you forgot a trait. No, I didn't. The trait just didn't want to show to me. It was not my crystal. But you pick the crystal and then it shows. And it's crazy. It's crazy how that works. And people will send me a picture and it's like, there's no way I would have missed that. That did not show to me at all. And this is where crystals really are still very living because of the mineralization that they are. Minerals are living. So yeah, that can happen. It's very exciting. I'm excited for you all to go through your quartz supply.
So my question, I guess, so they can be both a transmitter and a channeler at the same time?
And that's what a Tao is. Yeah.
Okay. Because I mean, I have the one I have looks like I both the transmitter and the channeler. I don't know if it's a Dow. I'd have to go through and count it, but it looks at least like they're the both those two.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep, and that I love doing the identification. To me, it is very meditative.
Hmm.
I have a couple of friends who own crystal stores, and I always offer, hey, when you get in a shipment of quartz points, I'll come over and I'll do master identification for you. Because you can charge for that, you can label it properly, and I get a fun afternoon of meditation. It is so soothing. It's one of my favorite things to do. So yeah. Totally changes how you look at quartz. Okay, let's talk about Divic Temple. So, oh, do I love Divic temples? And they are not easy to find. Not easy. But boy, you put out a call for it and you're going to find one. These have inclusions in them. And this is where I don't resonate with the super clear glassy crystals because they could be glass, but they have no character at all. They don't. I like this. I want to see all that stuff in there because now I'm going to start looking. Just because a crystal has a lot of inclusions and activity and foliation and swirls does not make it a Divic temple. A Divic temple, you can see angel wings. You can see little beings, like you can see the body. You can see a face. So where this pink arrow is, do you see the angel wings?
Hmm.
That's a Divic temple. Now, these are mini altars where these light beings will come and congregate. It's like a safe space. You're providing like a mobile home for them in your house. It's like, hey, come on over. I've got space for you. And it is a way for higher beings to work with them. So Divic energies. It could be fairies, it could be earth elementals, it could be angels, because they exist in a higher frequency dimension. And so they help us with our spiritual elevation. They help us with our spiritual evolution. um, they provide guidance to us. So this is not communicating with your higher self. This is communicating with other entities. Okay. So if at any time you're like, I need to really make sure that I'm communicating with them, you just set the intention. I'm going to communicate with light beings of Divic nature that are in this Divic temple. There you go. That's all you need. You don't need anything super fancy to do. I like these crystals when you feel stuck or when you feel like you have lost your path. Like I'm on a path, it's an old path, I can't seem to get off of it. They will give you the circumstances, the scenarios, the serendipities, the thoughts, the messages, the ideas, the nudges as they clear out the old energies to align you with new. That's what they do. They're just like little helpers. They're like Snow White and the seven dwarfs. These are your seven dwarfs. They are
So,
like, okay, what are you doing over here? Like, you asked for our help, and so we're going to give you a scenario, we're going to give you a situation, we're going to give you an aha moment. You got to go for it. And if you don't go for it, okay, all right, we'll give you another one. And if you don't go for it, we'll give you another one. They're very patient.
so there again, can this be part of one? Because the one that I just realized that is the Master Tao, I actually bought as a Devic temple.
Yeah, yeah.
And so now it's kind of gone from one thing to like
Mhm.
four in one.
Yeah. Multiple masters can be in one crystal. Yeah. Now, I have seen very few crystal stores label a Divic temple, and the ones that have were so horrifically wrong. They were just, it's like, no, there's beautiful inclusions. And when I would ask them, I'm like, what makes this a Divic temple? And they would say, oh, the inclusions. Nope.
No, it's the little faces, the wings, the little figures.
You see the entities. You see them. And on mine, on the screen is mine that I work with, and sometimes they disappear or they move. So like I have this photograph for very specific, like, and I have about, oh, how many? 11 different beings in my Divic temple. Oh, that's an interesting number. Um, and they will move. So I have photographed and I keep a picture of it. And then when I go to work with it again, it's like, where's number 7? Like I have them numbered. So keep track because they will move. New ones will come in. They may leave. Okay. There needs to be an entryway for these crystals. Like sometimes even if there's not like a hole, usually in the bottom of the crystal or on the bottom side, you can still internally see some sort of pathway, like the inclusions within, like you almost see like a little entry, like a hallway. So this one that I have has clearly been polished so that you can see inside of it. But on the bottom, there's like a little nick. So they didn't polish it enough to fully cover it up. There's like a little tiny speck of a hole, but then I see a pathway. So that's what you're looking for. There has to be an entry. So it's not just the faces and the wings. Look for an entryway. Okay. When you put out a call for a Divic, you will find one. So this was 4 or 5 years ago in Tucson. I had somebody send me with the request for a Divic temple. I went to a dealer that I work with that only sells Himalayan quartz. It's where I get my anandamide, which we'll talk about Sunday, or no, next Saturday. It's where I get my alien amethyst, my nirvana quartz, and massive, like just tables. Nothing's organized. It's all like you got to figure it out for yourself. He just throws the crystals out and he's like, you figure out which ones are nirvana and anandamide, and like he's like, not my problem. I'm not doing that. And so I'm looking at all of this and I'm like, I know that there's a Divic in here. Good God, it's going to take me 8 hours to go through all of this, and I don't have 8 hours. So I said, okay, if there is a Divic, you need to make yourself known to me. You have 10 minutes to make yourself known to me. So I'm walking around and I'm picking up crystals and I'm doing identification. And sure enough, there's a Divic temple. And I'm like, now I'm freaked out. Now I'm really freaked out. So that's how they work.
Well, and this one was one that I bought at a show and it was the same thing. It was a huge table full of miscellaneous sizes, short, fat ones, tall, skinny ones, and this was kind of the one that I picked. So,
Yeah. Yeah. So just put out the call and they will come to you. They will come to you. So I have an advanced certification, and the students actually have to work with 2 masters for 30 days and tell me what they get. Don't tell me what I've told you. Don't tell me what Katrina Raphael told you. Tell me what you get. So Rachel from Thailand shared this of how the Divic works for her, because Divics do have some rainbows in them. We'll talk about rainbows on the last day. But I love how she sees them and the energy as a shapeshifter. So, and they do want to be with other crystals. So mine sits on my fireplace mantle and has basically a harem of crystals around. So they tell me what they want to work with. All right, let's go to Earthkeeper. This is the one that I don't have because they are thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds. But I commune with them when I go to Tucson. Okay, these are crazy. I mean, the ones that I see in Tucson, like that one is almost 8 feet tall. They are, I mean, they are like 5 feet, 6 feet wide. And this is how they pull them out of the earth. They are just that big. They are ice cold to the touch. because quartz is cold, and the bigger you get, the colder they get. One time, this was a long time ago in Tucson, they actually cracked one open. These typically have a price tag of anywhere of $500,000 or more. And people buy them. Every time I go to Tucson, they have a sold tag on them. Who the heck is buying these? Like, I want to know. But one they cracked open. I don't know if they did it intentionally or if it broke open. It was a clean break. It may have happened during excavation, and it was icy clear on the inside. It's cloudy on the outside and icy clear on the inside. And when I touched it, I almost felt like I was going to be frozen to it. It was so icy cold. It was spooky. Now, they started surfacing in the mid 80s, and there's a lot of myth and legend around the Earth Keepers. Um, it is believed that they were created by the elders, which are beings that were here in a lost civilization. Not necessarily the Atlanteans or the Lemurians, but we have a lot of lost civilizations on this planet. And when they left, they buried their earth keepers. And when the time is right, they surface. And when they surface, it is raising the consciousness of the planet. Now, earth keepers carry the wisdom of earth. Cathedral libraries carry the wisdom of the universe. You see the difference? This is just earth related, okay? So there's a lot of wisdom, there's a lot of information that this crystal can offer, but it is activated and released when 21 like-minded people come together in a ceremony to basically unlock this crystal. It's part of the evolution of this planet for the Earth Keepers to rise. Now, many years ago, more than 10 years ago, when I would go to Sedona, there was a particular store that had an Earth Keeper in their backyard, and they did ceremonies around it. They did the whole 21 person, they unlocked it, and then they would hold meditation ceremonies and guided journeys and, blah, blah, blah. And I would always visit this Earth Keeper. That was the first stop that I would make when I would go to Sedona. And then one year it was just gone because the store was gone. They literally caved in the store and they were building other things, but no one to this day can tell me where the Earthkeeper went. I don't know. I don't know where it went. Clearly they moved it. They moved it. I just don't know where it's at. But Earthkeepers tend to surface in specific locations like their plants in these convergence areas that we talked about yesterday. So like Sedona has a couple. I know Stonehenge has one. Findhorn in Scotland has one. So it's like they're surfacing in particular areas. So I'm not putting out a call to one. Don't want one, don't need one, but I'll certainly commune with them in Tucson. So if you ever make it to a show like that, I don't really see them at any other shows, but Tucson usually has a handful, not many, but like a handful of them. So they're fun to just be in the presence of. Okay. All right, let's go to celestials. This is probably the most difficult one to identify, but once it clicks in your mind, you'll see it. You'll know it when you see it. These have, so basically you've got your crystal, and it can be a point, it can be multiple points together. And then on that crystal grow layers of points, layer after layer after layer after layer, like lots of points on top of each other. They're not smushed into the main point like a cathedral library. They're layered, they're stacked on top of each other. And how you know it's an celestial, it's not a cluster where all the points are going in all different directions. These stack on top of each other. one after another, one after another. And sometimes it may just be one layer surrounding a crystal, but they don't fray off, if that makes sense. How you really know is when you look at it on an angle. Like if you look at this one, and this is a huge, like 4 foot piece in Sedona, it's huge. You see how the light is reflecting, and there's geometric shapes. There's a lot of triangles. You see how it's reflecting. That's the celestials. So it's the points, but it's the face that you see. And they stack. Boom, 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 like one after another. You may have 3 celestials. You could have 100 celestials. It's like bam, 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 bam. Okay, does that, it's so hard to describe. Like you gotta see it. Like when you see it, you know it. And
They
how
look like reptiles,
some
like
people call it,
potatoes.
some people call it skeleton quartz or alligator quartz because it kind of looks like alligator skin,
Yep.
but it's it's got like etchings, like how the face of the point, because you don't see the full point, you just see the face of it. And it's usually one side of the face, and they just layer one after each other. And when you turn the light, all of a sudden they like flash at you. And it has nothing to do with a flash like labradorite, but all of a sudden you see the shape of it. And that's how you know it's an celestial. These grow very close to water. So they may even have water in them. We'll talk about that on the last day. Those are called anhydros. And they don't grow near traditional quartz. These tend to be smoky quartz. I have one that is a rose quartz combined with clear quartz. Amethyst, it can be incredibly rare. You're going to find this in Smoky. A lot of Smoky has celestials because Smoky grows near water. Smoky does not grow near amethyst or citrine or clear quartz. It is like your family, I don't want to be with you. I'm in my own location and I'm near water. Okay. This is quantum healing. That's what celestials do. These are for massive cleansing, purging old energies. Okay. Celestials are celestial. They are going to take you into another realm to really communicate supreme knowledge. I mean, the way it's formatted, it kind of looks like brain matter. I mean, it kind of does. So just think about that. It's like a celestial brain information. Celestials will purge out of your life anything that is not in harmony with your crown chakra. It'll open your crown chakra, and then all of a sudden, it's like, oh, this is not okay. I don't align with this anymore. This belief, this person, this relationship, this business, this habit, this lifestyle, this food that I'm eating, where I'm living, it will just purge if it's not right for you. And you will be okay with it. You'll look at whatever it is and say, "Oh, no. I'm done. I'm done with that." So it's not traumatic at all. It's not traumatic. Okay, next weekend I'm going to talk about epidote, and that can be traumatic. Okay. Celestial gives you the awareness to say, "I'm done. Like I'm done with this belief. I'm done with this thought. Let's purge it. Let's cleanse it. Let's reawaken me." And it brings strength to you while it's aligning you to these higher realms. And now here's the thing. This is not for anybody who is really unbalanced. Somebody who is going through their awakening and they're really shaken by it, or they have a lot of mental health issues. Celestials are not your friend, not right now. There are many, many other crystals to work with. Like you need to be ready to see truth, to allow the change to happen. And I mean, it's going to strip away ego traits. It's going to get you out of ego mind and into higher self and angelic quantum field connections. So it completely shifts how you start thinking about things, how you live your life, all for the better. It's all for the better. But change can be scary to people who are emotionally or mentally imbalanced. So just proceed with caution with that information. Um, but again, I've given you some information on how to work with it. And, you know, the hand that we write with is our dominant hand, and that's usually where we're sending energy. Our non-dominant hand is where we're receiving. So you can hold it in the non-dominant to receive and in the dominant to send out into the quantum field. It's a great crystal to gaze into. It's beautiful.
I actually have a clear one that I got from you.
Clear is very rare.
Yeah, so pretty.
Yeah. The alien amethyst, which I already have it scheduled. I don't know if it's for April or May, but packed with celestials. That's what alien amethyst, the hematite coated amethyst, is known for. Huge celestials. Huge celestials. So, um,
And then the Shangan amethyst too. I have one of those that is as well.
yeah. And that's from that communal uh,
Yeah, it has the
land.
abundance formations and the celestials.
Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah.
it's like amazing.
Yeah. So yeah, so if I like if I talk about a crystal like today and then we're going to go through the advanced crystals next Saturday, keep a list. And if you want anything, just message me and say, I want this. Do you have it? Even if it's a Tucson crystal that I haven't offered to the crystal cluster, you guys are in this class. You can get first dibs to it. So just let me know if you're like, I want an amethyst celestial or I want any celestial. Just send me a list and I'll send you photos of it and you can take a look. But I do have celestials, so I love celestials. They are amazing to work with. So um yeah, so it's multiple points stacked on top of each other. The faces look like geometric patterns. You're going to see a lot of triangles, and it's just layer by layer that just grows right on top of the quartz. And it's just all about quantum healing and purging and getting you into higher dimensions. Fantastic. Love it. All right. Any questions about that? Okay. Let's go. Oh, Lynn from Australia. So she did the advanced certification, and this is what she said about working with an celestial. And I think this message is so perfect for this time because we are in, for a better lack of word, it's like manufactured chaos. It's like human induced chaos, and lots of people are doing it. People are feeding into it and putting out more chaos energy. And this, I think, is such a great crystal to work with to get out of that energy. It's like the antidote to chaos. All right. This is the number one master that I find. If I am going through 100 quartz points, I am going to find 40 to 50 of these because the Isis, and I call it goddess formation online because if I type Isis into social media,
You terrorist.
FBI is going to be on my doorstep. So I call it the goddess formation. But the Isis, oh my gosh, it's such a fascinating story with the Egyptian goddess Isis and her relationship with uh, Osiris, I think was the god's name. And oh my
Mhm.
gosh. This crystal is all about number one, deep healing of the feminine energy. Men can work with this crystal because feminine energy doesn't mean female biological. It means the divine feminine, which is matriarchal, comforting, soothing, let's all get along, unification energy. But first, you have to heal. You have to heal all the female ancestral trauma, not only yours, but going back. So you heal, which then gives you inner strength and empowerment, which then comes out as the divine feminine. The divine feminine is on the rise, which is why it's being attacked by the control masculine. This crystal is coming out like crazy. Like, I mean, I just literally, I can throw a stone and hit an Isis. Literally. Like, she is birthing these crystals like crazy. How you identify it is it's a five-sided crystal, but it's not necessarily like even like a pentagon. A pentagon can have an Isis-ish energy to it. Where you find a true Isis is where you got a flat base, which means the physical plane that we're on. Then you have two small lines. These two small lines are representative of what's called contradictory energies, like contrast, where you see something and you're like, I don't like that. You only know what you want by seeing what you don't want. Esther Hicks, who channels Abraham, talks about this all the time, that you can only manifest what you want when you experience contrast. We are in contrast energy right now so that we get very clear on what we want. That's what these two small sides are. This is the contrast so that you grow on Earth. Earth is the flat part, number 3 on the screen. Number 2 and 4 are the contrasts, and number 1 and 5, this is the unification, coming to a point where you integrate all of it. We don't get rid of the contrast. We don't eliminate the contrast. We look at the contrast and say, thank you, but no. Not interested. If that's your cup of tea, go for it, sweet pea. Not my thing. Not my jam. I'm not going for that. I see the contrast. I will integrate it and I'm going to rise above. That's what the Isis crystal does. Oh my gosh. So
So
this,
could it even be with like short little lines, like where on the picture it'd be like the 2 and 4 lines are really small,
yeah,
as long as
it
that's
can be. Yeah. And sometimes I'll call it an imperfect Isis where it's like it's a little bit off, but basically you have two long lines, you have two shorter lines. They can be not as distinct as this. This on the screen is ISIS perfection.
because I was going to say this is you can definitely see it, but it's not the lines are not as large as those. So
Yeah. So
for
like the 5
larger,
and the 1 can be a little shorter, and the 2 and the 4 could be a little bigger, but there is a distinct too long, too short, and even like they can be off center. Like the 2 and the 4 can be a little off, but still a little bit smaller, and the other ones are a little bit bigger. That's what makes this an ISIS. And so it's all about healing deep within, even going through multiple dimensions for ancestral feminine trauma, gaining your inner strength, gaining your emotional power, gaining your empowerment. And then the goddess energy is all about truth and justice. Truth and justice. So, such a very powerful crystal to work with. And that's why there's so many of them that are bubbling up now. Really great for hypersensitive people. And you can meditate by literally going into the Temple of Isis, which is in Egypt. You can vibrationally go into this, and I give you the meditation that you can do. But I like to take the Isis formation, put it on my third eye or put it on my heart, and just ask the crystal, what do I need to work on next? It's literally one bite-sized thing at a time. What do I need to work on next? It's peeling an onion. So the first layers of the onion may be very personal to you. Work on this trauma, work on this heartache, work on this disappointment. And then once you get through all those layers, it could be starting work on ancestral trauma in your lineage. Work on this, work on just the overall female trauma energy because we are in Age of Aquarius, which is rise of the divine feminine. And that's why so many women are rising up and why the attacks are happening. It's the last grasp at the masculine control that's trying to survive. I hate to give them the Cliff Notes preview. It ain't gonna survive. It's not. The divine masculine will survive. And that's where masculine energy does not hurt or target female energy. Female energy is on the rise. This is a powerful crystal to work with.
I got to pop out for just a quick second. I'll be right back. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. All right. Any questions about the Isis and how to identify it? Melanie, I think I sent you an Isis. Or did I send you a channeler? Did I put a note in with the crystal?
Oh shoot, I'd have to look because the one I have is I'm pretty sure. Oh, actually, I don't really know.
Okay.
I thought it looked more like a channeler, but now I'm unsure. I'll have to look back on what you
Okay.
that was in the bag.
I try to send an Isis to everyone in this class, but I'm actually running out of Isis. I have a 10-pound bag of quartz I still need to go through and identify. Um, but my goal is to always send an Isis. So I think I sent you one. It was so long ago, I don't
Oh,
remember.
I know exactly.
Yeah,
That's it.
but I may have sent you a channeler because those are the two most popular that I have. Yeah, I don't know. Like it wouldn't have been in the instructions. Like when it was wrapped up, I might have put a little note, like a little slip of paper in it.
Yeah, I didn't remember a slip of paper.
Okay. And I may have, sometimes I don't put it in because I want you to identify it in class,
Yeah.
kind of like a little test.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But I think I may have sent you an ISIS. If it's not an ISIS, it's a channeler.
It looks awfully like the picture. Yeah, it really does.
Okay. All right. Okay, good. Good, good, good. So it's also like once you do a connection with it, like on your heart or your third eye, carry
Hmm.
it in your pocket.
Okay.
Like let it work on you. I mean, like carrying an ISIS on us all day taps us into that feminine empowerment because right now, like I see one of two things coming out of feminine energy, and especially in the healing world. I see a lot of wounded not even empowerment, wounded victim energy or empowered energy.
Hmm.
And I see a lot of wounded healers out there, which is why I always cautious people, be careful who you go to and who you allow into your energy field on energy work, because there is a large population of wounded healers.
Yeah. Ooh, this one is very cold.
So, kind of like how social workers joke that they all went to social working school because they're so messed up and they wanted to learn how to work on themselves. And my niece is one. So it's like, okay, all right. And it's like that. A lot of people go into healing work because they need the healing, but unless they do it, they shouldn't really be working on other people.
Hmm.
So, anyway, so the Isis is really powerful to just carry on you all day, every day. Stick it in your pocket. And that's why I kind of like the smaller versions. If I can find like a 1 inch,
Yeah.
between 1 and 2 inch, that's a sweet spot for an Isis. Sweet spot. All right, let's go to the next one. Let's go to the laser. I'm going to talk about Lemurians in the next class. Lemurians are often lasers, and lasers are often Lemurians, but lasers can be not a Lemurian. Okay. Lasers are identified by how they look. They literally look like a finger, and the facets at the top are quite small. Okay. They don't have large facets at the top. So very finger-like, very small facets. And these are literally used for laser surgery, energetic laser surgery. Now, they can be Lemurians, but they don't have to be. They don't have to be. So these just grow loose in the ground. They're not really growing out of a matrix. They're not being snapped off of a matrix as part of a cluster. Because these are used for energetic surgery, you have to be very careful in how you use them. Don't point them at anybody unless that's what they want and that's what they need. I have used this with animals that had tumors. And what I do is remember when we are digging into the energy field, we have to go counterclockwise with the laser. Counterclockwise, like we're undoing the pickle jar. Counterclockwise, literally creating a hole in the energy field. Once I do that, and how many rotations do you do? However many you need to do. I usually do 3, 6, or 9 rotations. Then I take my laser and I get in and I pretend like I have a scalpel. I'm scooping. I'm cutting and I'm scooping. I'm going in, scooping around, pulling it out and releasing it. Scoop, cut, release. I'm getting in there, getting good margins around whatever it is, and I am digging it out. When I feel like, okay, I've gotten it out, then I take the point and I go clockwise. I seal it back up. I will even put another crystal on top of it afterward as a band-aid, and it's usually a pink or a green for healing. I'm doing like a rose quartz or a green aventurine as a band-aid. That's how you work a laser wand. You can also take a laser wand and create protective shields. So you can circle around your body. Like if you're going to go into a busy environment and you're sensitive to it, you can create a shield around you with a Lemurian. And it's like, I just need a protective bubble, just protect me. You can draw a protective field around a space, around a business, around your property, around a room. If you have an animal that is sick, and I don't understand why animals go after each other when one is sick. It's like you should be nurturing them, don't go after them. But I'll put like a protective field around them. Like, okay, you're healing from something or you're just declining in age. Let me just put a little protective field around you. And that's what a laser wand is really super good for. Okay, but again, just be very cautious because you're cutting into the auric field. And even traditional surgery is a major energetic invasion. So even like Melanie, if you're doing like a space surgery, you cut into the energy field of that animal, they can then leak energy because they got this big gaping hole. You could take a laser wand and all you have to do is seal it back up. You could even use just any crystal point. A laser wand is the most precise, but you could take any point, particularly a generator, which I'll talk about next time, which is where the 6 facets come to a perfect point. Just clockwise seal it up after a surgery. So, um, Yeah, so these are the ways that you can work a laser wand. Oh, you can use laser wands to remove energy cords. So I do not teach about cutting energy cords. That is old school. That is old energy. And I still hear a lot of people talking about cutting energy cords. Back in the day, 14 years ago, I talked about cutting energy cords and using a Lemurian or a laser to do that. And I would always say, as soon as you cut a cord within 24 hours, you're going to hear from the person that you cut. And if you pick up the phone or respond to the text message or the email, you reestablish the cord. And then I don't even know when this shifted. It was a couple years later. I'm like, cutting cords is not effective. You basically got a loose wire that's hanging out here, flopping around in the wind, looking for its mate, and it will reconnect. You have to pull out the cord. Lasers can do that. Point the wand in, create a little hole, dig it out, and remove it. When you remove a cord, the other person or the other situation, whatever your cord is to, they have no idea. Because it's like a balloon. You just let the balloon go, and there's, the string trailing off behind it, and off they go. They have no idea. But if you cut it, they feel it and they call you. That's why we don't cut cords. We physically remove them. All right. Any questions about laser wand or how to identify them? Okay. All right. Tantric twin. This is the third most popular that I find when I am quartz hunting. I love tantric twins. I have an obsession with them. I am a collector of them. I could literally do a sale of all my tantric twins. I have that many.
I
I
was
love
going to ask you that if you're like attracted to a specific thing, because I kind of lean towards them as well. Does
them.
that mean something, or you just
Yep.
like them?
Nope. That is the energy that you are working on or the energy that you are already in. Tantric twin energy is unity. It's harmony. It's unity and harmony. So it's unity with yourself. There's so many people they have so much inner conflict about who they are. They need a tantric twin. So you come into harmony and unity with yourself. You are then able to connect with all beings, animals or people, and find a unifying energy. Some people are harder to unify with than others, but you can find a unifying energy. And then you find a unity with source energy, with the quantum field. And all of that leads to healthy relationships. But you first have to have a unification with yourself. And so you have the two separate crystals growing side by side. This is different than the cathedral library where one point is just growing inside of it and there's just a little bit on the outside. These are just two side by side. You could probably snap them off and create two different crystals. The one that's the photo on the left is this one that I have in my hands right now. Very distinct points, but along the middle, it is so melded together. I could not break these apart, but I can see it on the one termination on top and the termination on the bottom. Very, very distinct 2 points. But in the middle, like I can kind of feel it. Like if I take my fingernails, I can feel
The line?
where they merge together.
Yep.
Sometimes they are so connected, like, that's a strong energy. Other times they are very lightly growing against each other, where you could snap them off. It's still very connected. If one termination is shorter than the other, this is an energy of like mother, child, teacher, student. mentor, mentee. So you could be the shorter energy. You could be the student. You could be the child. You could be the mentee. Or you could be the taller energy where you are teaching, you are guiding, and you are drawing in like-minded people. That's why I have a lot of these because I use them in grids for my business. I do not need people coming into my business that are going to fight me tooth and nail on everything. It's like, nope, nope, go elsewhere. You're not my person. I want to draw in people that have an open-minded, like-minded energy. So that's why I collect a ton of these. Like, oh my gosh, they are so amazing. And you can draw in friendships, business partners, business relationships, um, soulmates, partners. In the energy world, there is the tantric twin. It's basically two, this is hard to describe. Two people basically are so blended at a soul level. They're called twin flames. They're so connected. And on Earth, they go one of two extremes. Like it is an extremely close, like romantic relationship, like very, very healthy marriage, or they're going against each other, like because they have lessons to learn, but they are so entwined at a soul level. So this helps you understand if you have a tantric twin or a twin flame. Um, this, like I said, helps you to become one with who you are, to unify with other people, and to become one with the divine quantum field, cosmic energies. Okay. I love these. I mean, this just helps with relationships in the age of Aquarius. Relationships are shifting like crazy in the energy shift. While we were on break, I got an email notification from one of my business coaches. She lives in the Canary Islands, and all she does is coach spiritual businesses. And I stayed with her a year and a half ago. When I was in Portugal, I went over to the Canary Islands. Oh my gosh, she's an awesome person. Like her boyfriend, live-in partner, like they were planning on getting married. She just sent out an email that their 5-year relationship ended. Like, so after this class, I'm going to have to reach out to her. Like, what the heck? They were twin flames. So I know we're going to have a twin flame discussion about this, and I'm going to send her a tantric twin to help her through this energy. But it's like that's what the energy shift is doing. Like a lot of relationships are they're getting tested. They are really getting tested. So it's like, oh my gosh, tantric twin, tantric twin. It doesn't force people to stay together, but it helps us align with who we are so that we make better decisions with people. And in a world with so much divisiveness, it helps us align with people that we're meant to align with. And it even helps us stay aligned with people who believe differently than what we believe in. It gets you into a more divine cosmic connection. Okay. So if you are drawn to tantric twins, it's you are either becoming or you are in a unity energy and you're like, I need all the tantric twins. And I feel bad because I do hoard them and I should put some of them in the store.
Well, luckily, whenever you put them out on the sale, I grab them when you do the cluster sales. It's like immediately that
Yeah.
one.
And it's interesting because I pay attention to who buys what because I know what you're working on. And it's interesting the people who will not touch a tantric twin.
Mm.
And it's like you're not ready for a tantric twin. They are not in a unified like we're all one. We are all of the same quantum field energy. We just blipped it down into this persona. They're not there. They're They may have crystals, they may be doing energy work, but they still got some divisiveness to them. And so the tantric twin is off-putting
Mm.
to them. They may love the celestials, and it's like, okay, good, because you need to purge. Like, purge away. Just do it, purge, and then you may align with a tantric twin. So this is where you're not going to align with all of these. It's like, where are you at now? What are you working on? And some of this you may have long since learned the lesson. Like, I don't need an celestial. Like, I purged when I was in my 30s. Like, I'm good. So yeah, you just kind of look at where you're at. It's very fascinating. Okay, any questions about identifying a tantric twin? Oh, and one thing I forgot to say, if the points are generally equal, you're going to draw in an equal. Okay. So there's a time and place for the different heights. Okay. And mine like to go to Lake Michigan. They are water babies. I put them in the water. They swim. I don't know what it is. They love the water energy. So, all right, let's go to time link. Okay, we got this and one more left. We're doing good on time. All right. Time links. So time links, and then the last one I'm going to talk about is the window. These are mistaken for each other. Time links are somewhat common. I find them right along the ISIS edge. So, you got the base of the ISIS and then you got the two short ones. I find them along the short one. That's where they like to hang out. Not exclusively, but as soon as I find an ISIS, it's like, do I got a time link there? They like to work together. A time link is a parallelogram. So you're going to take your rectangle and you're going to slant it. If it is slanted to the right, it's called a future time link. To the right, you're going into the future. To the left, you're going back into the past. Now, in the energy world, there's a lot of talk of past lives, working our issues in the past. In the quantum physics world, it's all parallel. It's all parallel. It's hard to comprehend, but our past actually is happening right now. It's so hard to comprehend. So when we do a past life regression and we actually, which I highly recommend with somebody who is very experienced and they're very clear to do it. It's fascinating. But like when you go into a past life and it looks like the past, it's really parallel. There's multiple timelines happening, it's just hard to comprehend that like the 1500s are literally happening right now. I don't even fully understand it. Our brains are not built to comprehend that, but this is what quantum physics is working on. So when we time travel with a time link, we're hopping to a different dimension. We've got dimensions and then we've got timelines. It's not a dimension. We're hopping to a different timeline. Okay. When you call in a time link, the one that you call in, whether it's future or past, is instructive for you. And we do not time travel without a destination. Okay. So don't just start working with it to see where it takes you. Like you need to say, if it's a pastime link, you could say, I want to experience and explore my most recent previous life. It's not even really past, but my most previous life. Or I want to go back to kindergarten when I know something happened that is a wound and it governs how I behave now. I want to go back to that because I'm now an adult and I can look at it and reframe it and I can literally tell my kindergarten self, you're fine. You're okay. That thing that happened, That was stupid. It was horrible. That person was a bully. That person was mean. That person was evil. You did nothing wrong. You're fine. You are totally fine. It's okay to let it go like right now. And then it reverberates through the timelines and rewires like a Rubik's cube so that you are not behaving like that wounded child. This is kind of shadow work. Okay. So you need to have a destination. If it's future time link, hey, 5 years from now, put it on your forehead. Where am I? Where am I living? Where am I working? What am I doing? Who's around me? Blah, blah, blah. Pick a destination and quiet your mind. Okay. I like to gaze into it. And when I gaze into it, like I feel like the crystal is like this wave-like motion, like it's moving. I kind of get a little seasick, like a little motion sickness, like, whoa, what's going on? Because you're traveling different timelines. Okay, so do you see how you identify it? Parallelogram. All right. Any questions about time link? Okay. Last but not least, the window, which is confused. The time link and the window are confused. Okay. Window is a diamond, straight, and you can look at the lines. The line above and the line below are going to be straight up and down, and there's a diamond. The parallelogram is on an angle. That's how you tell the difference. So there was one crystal dealer that I used to work with in Maryland, and he didn't know about all the masters, but he knew about windows and time links, and he had a bunch of time links labeled as windows. And I knew him well enough that I took his little box and I said, Gary, these are not windows, these are time links. And he's like, no, they're windows. He's like, don't you see it? And I said, windows are diamonds. Time links are parallelograms. And he's like, oh, I had that backwards. So this again, once you know, if on the very, very rare occasion a crystal seller knows this, you can confirm because now you know the difference. Windows are rare. Getting a big enough window is super, super rare. But man, when you find one, you're going to do a little dance because it's very exciting. So, what this is a window into your soul. You are not looking at anything else. You are going inward. It's really good for shadow work. It is It is the bridge between what's called upper and lower worlds. This is kind of a shamanic thing. I love to do lower world shamanic journeys. It's how I meditate. It's just what I do. I just go to this place and it's a lower world where I'm exploring my inner self. Upper world is more higher frequency, connecting more with angels and things like that. So this is the bridge that gives you basically your window for your journey right now on Earth. So it's going to show you your fears, because once you know your fears, it's like, oh, I don't like that. I don't want to adopt that anymore. I don't need to be afraid of that. It's going to show you your insecurities. It's a really honest teacher, and it's going to help you with with doing shadow work. Because where a lot of people have the tools to do the healing work, they've got the crystals, they got the essential oils, maybe they know energy healing, they know how to connect with angels, they know how to journal and do all these things, and they're still not seeing movement. It's because they're not really going within. They're still kind of stuck out here outside of them, like, I've got this tool. I've got this awesome crystal outside of me. I'm gonna hold it. Okay, yeah, you feel fantastic, But the healing doesn't even start until you say, I need to know why I got triggered. I need to know why I got triggered. Like, I know I have a huge trigger when people are targeted, like bullies, people are targeted, they are um, accused of something that they haven't done because I have a past life, parallel life, um, for better lack of a phrase, people call it a witch wound. I was a healer back in the day. I was labeled a witch. I was persecuted. So of course I became a prosecutor in this lifestyle, in this lifetime, because I was persecuted for just loving herbs and crystals in the land and cats. I was persecuted. So now I'm back with a vengeance, and it's like I'm throwing it in everybody's face that I love cats and I love crystals and I'm a prosecutor. I dare you to come at me. I have flipped that script because I've done the inner work and I recognized it. That's what a window does. It helps you understand. Like, I'm not going to correct that trigger. I'm using that trigger for good. I use it for good. I just didn't understand where it came from. And now I do. So that's what a window does. It gives you a very deep look. It doesn't have to be traumatic. It doesn't have to be scary. Yeah, you may see things and it's like, that's not the best version of me. But you don't know until you look, okay? So windows are great. Now, a fun way that I like to work with windows, in addition to that, because like you'll stick it on your third eye or you'll gaze into it to really get into the window energy. Another thing that I like to do is, and it's almost like working with a jeweler's loop, I will put the window, you got to figure out how you're going to look through it. I can look through the window and literally look through the crystal and see people's auras. It is fun. I like to pull it out at parties and freak people out. It's all good fun. So, shoot, I should have brought my window in here. I have a pretty big one. I will make a note and try to remember to bring it for next class, and then I'll read your auras. I'll read your auras if you would like me to. I don't read auras without permission. So, again, you have to be really clear on what you want to be looking at. You just don't look in a window just randomly. You kind of have to pick a destination. Like, I want to look at why I have a fear about money, or I have a fear about certain types of people, or I have a fear about whatever. Look in the window and just let it start working on you. It's really powerful. All right, any questions on how to identify a window? Okay, any questions about the masters?
I think I finally got it this time.
It really takes practice. I mean, that's the only thing that I can recommend. I mean, it's why I had a little cheat sheet for about 6 months, and then it just became second nature. And it, like, once you get it, you get it. Like, you're not going to unlearn this. It's like riding a bicycle. When you see masters, bam, you're gonna know. You're going to know. And by having that confidence in identifying them, whenever you are crystal shopping, whether it's online or in person, it's like you're like, as a light worker, your little light from your lighthouse, whether you intend it or not, is like, all the masters wake up in this store or in this online sale. If you're a master, wake up because I know what you are. And you're going to just start seeing them a lot more. So yay, 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 yay. All right. We got a couple minutes left. I'm just going to do this real quick, and then we'll start up next week with the expanded chakra system. So I've talked about how we have this energy field around us, and our energy field, depending on who you work with, what modality you're in, what graphic you're looking at. We have multiple layers, but each layer connects back to us. This, meat and potatoes we have here, this crystalline body that we have. And the crystalline structure of crystals works in this energy field because, we have the sacred geometry, we have the minerals, we have the crystals already in our body, and all of that is also contained in our energy field. Some people call it the aura or the auric field. When we have a strong energy field, it is because our chakra column is active, fully functioning, and balanced. It's not depleted, it's not excessive, it's all working. We've got the chakra column that I always envision like a drain pipe, and we do not have a hair clog. Everything's free flowing and it feeds into the energy field. When we are feeling sick, weak, um, emotionally imbalanced, mentally imbalanced, spiritually imbalanced, our energy field compresses, kind of like as a thunder jacket that the dogs wear. It like literally compresses to keep us safe. You can expand and contract your energy field at will. When I get on a plane, I just tell my energy field, compress and wrap around me because I do not want 14B and 18F. I don't want them intermingling in my energy field because they were having a fight getting on the plane. Compress. And then when I get off the plane, expand. So you can do that. But our cells and our DNA transmit not only in our body, but in the energy field. So, an advanced practice that we'll talk about next weekend is about putting crystals in our energy field. You can still lay them on your body, but when you start laying them in the energy field with intention, like what energy field am I hitting? Because I primarily work with 4 energy fields. On the screen, I've given you 7 and in your workbook. But like the first energy field is the physical layer. It's literally about a foot off the body. And that controls your physical body, like all the solids, the organs, the veins, the blood vessels, the cells, the DNA, the minerals, the water is all happening in this field right off your body. And that field correlates to your root chakra and your earth chakra, which we'll talk about next week. The next layer, I call it the emotional layer. And, this is really blending with like your sacral chakra, your solar plexus, your heart chakra. And so if you've got imbalance in that area, it's about a foot to 2 feet off the body. You can lay crystals in this energy field and it's going to feed those chakras. This is where our emotional layer is, okay? And why it comes after the physical. When we have a heightened emotion, we're going to feel it physically. All energy starts from the outside and comes in. So when we have a heightened emotion, like stress, we're going to get sick to our stomach, or we're going to get a headache. That is your emotional field telling your physical field you got an imbalance. You have a heightened emotion, and if you do not stop it right now, you're going to have a physical problem. And this is where chronic stress destroys the body and creates disease. We can start working in the emotional field. Outside of that, about 2 to 3 feet off the body is what I call the mental layer. This is where your thoughts, your beliefs, your mindset is. Okay, this is where, are you a type A or a type B personality? Are you logical or intuitive? It's all your concrete ideas and dreams and thoughts are in this layer. So people with mindset issues can put crystals in this layer to help with their mindset because this mental layer really focuses in on the throat chakra because our mindset communicates. Okay, so you can work in this layer. It's an advanced technique. And then the final layer, this is like all the spiritual layer, the karmic layer, the divine layer. It's like, 3 to 4 or 5, 6, 7 feet off the body. And it's where you connect with the quantum field. It's where you're connecting with God, source, creator, angels, ascended masters, spirit guides. You can't connect if all of this has junk in it, all this field. It's got junk. And this is where we can take a crystal, we can sweep it through the energy field and start clearing. This is a very powerful technique to use with clear quartz or selenite. I'll talk about selenite next weekend. So we're not just this. Laying crystals on the body is a basic technique. When we start going out here into the energy field, now we are tapping into the quantum field where our highest health already is, and we're starting to align with that. Okay. So you can go deeper, and there's all sorts of little layers, but I like to kind of chunk it down to 4 primary layers. Now, one last thing that I want to say is called the silver cord technique. I wish I remembered the name of this book. I even Googled it last weekend to try to find it. A friend loaned it to me 20 years ago, and I gave it back without writing the name down. I think the book was written in like the 50s or 60s, and it was out of print when she loaned it to me. And it was about two brothers who fought in World War One. One died, the other one lived. The one who lived wrote a book about how when he would dream at night, he would meet up with his brother, and his brother introduced him to all the energy dimensions. And they were in London. And he's like, my brother would take me into the sixth dimension. And that's where people hung out right after they passed away. So they're just so close, which is why sometimes we can feel them. And then there was a dimension where he said you can't go into this dimension with a body, like not even while you're dreaming. So you got a limit as a human being. It was a fascinating book, but in that book, he talked about when he would go too far, and his brother was like, "You can't go to that dimension. If you do, your body dies." And he would be yanked back, and he would wake up and startle. That's called the silver cord. From our umbilical cord, where the marula cluster is that I talked about yesterday, it is an energetic cord that connects from our belly button. It's lined through our chakra column, and it connects to our soul in our higher self in source energy. And as long as this cord is going, it literally feeds us. When the cord is broken, the body dies. So this is a cord that feeds life energy. And when we dream at night, we are literally traveling dimensions. And you can now direct how you dream at night. So I'm still struggling with the loss of my parents. So every night before I go to bed, I'm like, okay, mom and dad, just come to me and let's just have a conversation. Usually we're in our family home, which was so hard to sell. We're in the home. I very distinctly remember when I wake up these dreams, I'm literally in the dimension where they are and we communicate. It is phenomenal. It is really amazing to work with. It's even referenced in the Bible. But this is part of our energy field. It's an unseen energy. And there was even a study that and I don't know who they did this on, but right before, like, after the body dies, the body weighs something like 2.3 pounds less. And they say that's the soul. That's the silver cord disconnecting. So apparently, and I need to dig this study up. They must have weighed a body right before the person died and then right after they died. And it was such a short time span, but something like 2.3 or 2.7 pounds less. And they attribute that to the soul leaving the body. It's the silver cord that has us connected to our higher self. and it goes through this energy field. So it's really important that we keep the energy field clear and not just solely focus on physical body, emotional body. We got to get into these layers. Okay. So we'll talk about that next time when we get into the some expanded chakras. But do you have any questions right now before we break until next Saturday?
I have a question, and it might not be I mean it's sort of relevant, and if you don't have you don't have to answer it, but um looking at those devices, like I know they do like there's one that starts with a Z, and then there's the ITVO.
Itovi and
Yeah.
Zyoscan.
Yeah. What do you feel about those? Because I mean, those are using electromagnetic pulses to scan the body and then says, this is what we recommend you use for healing.
Yeah, so I have an Itovi.
Yeah.
I've done the Zytoscan and I find that there is some accuracy. So
Hmm.
yeah, what it's doing, and I've done some other techniques with this. Like I actually rewired my allergic reactions to where I didn't have to take allergy shots anymore. And it was using electrical impulses to go into the body to read where are you now? Like where is the issue now?
Hmm.
And not that the Itovia or Zyto does this, they just give you product recommendations. But this other technique is called Bioset, where I rewired my allergies. Once it identified, here's what you're working on, then it sent electrical impulses in to rewire.
Okay.
And it freaked out my allergist because I was supposed to be a lifer on allergy. My allergies put me in the hospital a lot. And when I went off of allergy shots and he retested me, he's like, I don't know what you did, but this is not normal. And I'm like, I did this thing called Bioset. Look at it. You could totally change your business. And he's like, you're going to put me out of business. And I'm like, you could do Bioset and you could actually cure people of allergies. Why don't you shift your mindset? So there is something to the electro frequencies coming in to measure to see where you're at. And then there is something to that. There is. So I find like with my Itovi, I do find accuracy. And I even use it on the cats, which is, have you ever used either of them on animals?
No, I've been scanned once years and years ago.
Yeah, so the Zyto requires a computer, whereas the Itovi, you just need your phone.
Yeah, I did the hand where I held it in my hand.
Yeah, so that's the Itovi, and it runs through an app on your phone. And how I work it with animals, because dogs are easier because it's got these two little prongs on it, metal
Hmm.
prongs that have to touch skin.
Hmm.
You can do it on dogs. They're easy to stay calm. The cats are like, no. Plus, I can't, their paw pads are too small. I take a wet paper towel because water transmits the electrical frequency, and I lay the wet towel on their fur. I put the Zyto over it, and that's how I'm able to scan them.
Okay.
So it's really interesting. I don't fully understand the science, and they are never going to share it because it's proprietary um, trademarked information.
Yeah.
But there is, I mean, I've had an experience with the bioset in rewiring my nervous system to not have allergic reactions. So there is something to it. And I did that bioset like 20 years ago. So there is something to this. So yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Okay. Any other questions before I let you go?
I don't think so.
Okay, so I would recommend reading through your workbook from the start up until where we just ended. Just do that before next Saturday. It's going to reinforce your learning. And if you have not built a crystal grid yet, or anytime in the recent past, go ahead and at least go through the motions, like from your basic workbook. Just go through the motions because when I talk about advanced grids, I think it's going to help if you've literally gone through the motions of what's my intention? What sacred geometry formation do I need to use? What crystals do I need to use? What order do they need to go in? And then putting it in place and activating it, like doing that. Okay. So if you have time to do that, I think it's going to make the grid part easier to understand. So that's it for homework. Just do the reading and if you can, activate a grid. Okay?
Very good. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you for being here. I will see you next weekend.
Have a great week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.